all doing today? Welcome, welcome. I have to do a thing. I have to do a thing that I'm literally required to do that I didn't know about. So I have to be right back. But I have to mute, so you won't be able to hear me. Hey. Sorry about that, chat. Had to do something real fast. Anyway. How are you all doing? Welcome. Hi. Chat. Y'all want to see something really cute? Bah.
Boop.
Look. Look.
Boop.
Yes. Isn't they cute? Tell me they cute, chat. Tell me they cute. Tell me right now that they're cute. Mm-hmm. Here's another one. And JJ got one with Sam dancing. Yo. Look at that. Look at that. Coming to a stream near you. Now I'm gonna put that teaser on Twitter. I really like new Sam, chat. I really like new Sam. It's really good. ASMR stream. It's not really an ASMR stream. I'm just resting my voice. Which one is this? Okay, cool.
Boop.
Okay. I'm just resting my voice, chat. So we're gonna be very cool and calm and yeah. Hold on, I want to send this to. Hey, OG, come back. I wanted to show you. You didn't get to see something.
What did I see?
Yeah. Dancing Sam.
Is that how she gets the pandas to mine? Is that her dance?
I like the dance a lot. It looks really cool.
I love that, yeah.
I like the necklace, like the fact that it just bounces around. I know, chat, you're gonna be weird about it, but I actually like that the necklace has physics.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Really good.
Make me money dance.
Boop.
Meow, 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 meow. Chat, go to my post and like it. Thanks. Thanks. Thanks, chat. Anyway. Today's stream is going to be very relaxed. Very calm. Very chill. Because I can't really be too crazy. I fucked up my throat from overuse. I fucked up my throat from overuse. So I have to be pretty calm. Yeah. Hey, thanks for gifting 10 subs. Appreciate that. Thank you. I'm not entirely sure what we're going to end up, not sure what we're going to end up streaming right now. More than likely RimWorld. Something like, something small.
Boop.
And I won't be talking as much, you know? So it's gonna be mostly just like
Boop.
chill today. Just gonna be a very chill day today. So I hope y'all are okay with that.
Boop. Boop.
Chill finishing tab. Unlikely. Unlikely. Yeah, we'll probably just do something. Alright. I have to think if we're gonna do RimWorld or not. I gotta think if we're gonna do RimWorld.
Boop.
Chill 7 days to die? No. No, I don't think so. I can turn my voice up a little bit today. Yeah. I think hold on, let me go into my settings. Let me go into my settings and turn my volume up for today. Okay, so I'm at 64. There. That should be a bit better, right? Yeah, that should be a bit better. We playing RimWorld today?
Boop.
Yeah, I think we're gonna play RimWorld. No, no Anthem.
Boop.
Mm-mm. Okay. Let's do RimWorld.
Boop. 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 Boop.
Okay.
Boop.
Chad, I'm not gonna be able to.
Boop.
I'm not gonna be able to shout out all the subs today, so
Boop.
if y'all could do me a favor and at the people who resub with Rue Duck and Rue Love, that would be great. Thank you.
Boop.
Actually,
Boop.
let's see.
Boop.
Hmm.
Boop.
Hmm. Dead by Daylight has that
Boop.
new killer that's out. I might play that. That sounds like fun. That sounds like a little bit of fun.
Boop.
A little bit of fun. Nah. Let's try a new game. Mods, throw me in the directory of Tainted Grail.
Boop.
Okay. Let's try Conquest.
Boop.
White hair.
Boop.
Tainted Grail is a roguelike. It means that it be infinitely replayable. Your journey will consist of short runs, and each run will be a different adventure. You will encounter different patterns of enemies, characters, and locations each time you play. And the more that you play, the more content you will unlock. After winning or losing, you will start over, but don't worry. Certain aspects of your progression will be saved throughout all of your runs.
King Arthur promised us safety on these shores. Instead, we found stormy seas, rocks like shark teeth, and treacherous mists. Those few who manage to land will be set by hunger, cold, and nightmares born of weirdness. My people settled around a gnarled old statue. Though we did not understand its origin or purpose, the enemy seemed to avoid it. That was good enough. For a time. In the end, the winds of weirdness only grew stronger, and the statue failed to protect the settlement. There was fear, despair, and then nothingness. As reality melted around us.
You awake to nothingness. All you can sense is darkness. A dense mass of emptiness so total that even your thoughts disintegrate. Then you hear whistling. An eternity seems to pass before something materializes in the darkness with you. Something angry.
Damn it, you weren't supposed to land here. Damn it all to hell.
The creature pauses for a moment, clearly weighing up some options. He taps a finger against one of his horns.
Now, listen, there's a lot to do and no time to waste. What can we try?
Who are you?
Perfect. You can speak, and yes, these are really great questions. No easy answers, though. Sorry to disappoint. Now, listen closely. Are you ready? Brace yourself, because what I'm going to tell you is rather important. You're gone. Your village is gone. Everything you've ever known is gone. Yes, everything and everyone, including your very own self, as I mentioned already. However,
The creature taps two hooves together, marking a dramatic pause.
there is a small chance, an infinitesimally tiny chance, really, to bring it all back. You were saved from death in order to keep your reality from falling apart. But, well, it's not going to be easy. First, we must ensure that you're in good enough condition to actually do anything. Which brings us to the problematic part. Your body.
You squint down at your feet and hands in the darkness. They seem perfectly fine.
Oh no. Oh, goodness me, no. That's just an illusion. I had to get you here somehow, didn't I? Otherwise, you'd start talking about the afterlife and whatnot. And this, my friend, is not an afterlife. This is a total mess. But let's see what we can do. Here, this little trick should get us started at least.
Cool. HP, base damage, ultimate ability. Call upon a beast of the weirdness to deal massive amounts of damage to an enemy. Passive skill.
Boop.
Every hit leaves a hunter's mark. 4 marks make them vulnerable.
Well, it seems your soul isn't strong enough to be picky about its vessel yet. Don't worry, you'll grow. Now, we need to see whether my little trick actually worked.
The goat weaves his fingers in an intricate series of gestures. With a final flourish, he conjures a terrifying creature into the emptiness.
Aha, here we go. This is a powerful Avalonian warlock. But don't worry, he's not really here. Not in the truest sense. Your goal here is simple. Fight. Show me that you've got what it takes.
Oh, he's big. I'll put on a block and attack. Stun the enemy and attack. Block and attack twice.
Boop.
Alright. He's gonna do 50 damage. That's gonna hurt a lot. He's gonna buff himself. Nice. Oh.
Boop.
Nice.
Boop.
All right.
Boop.
Nice. Let's go ahead and block that attack. Do small strikes. Let me just create a barrier. A barrier won't count as a hit. Gotcha. All right. Next hit does 100% of does 100% damage. Oh shit. Nice. Go ahead and block. I'll hit him again.
Boop.
I'll do an overhead. Makes him vulnerable. We'll stun him. Nice. Okay, so he's gonna do 4 times 5. I can't really block that. We got a problem. He's gonna hit me for 20. Your item's gonna help you in tough situations. Do I have items? Oh. Nice.
Boop.
Nice. Two times 10. We'll stun that. Okay. Stun him again.
Boop.
Okay. We got 2 blocks there. I've only got 1 block there.
Boop.
Okay. Nice. Okay, 2 blocks. We have a problem here. That does 20 damage, I'm dead. Yeah, he's got lethal on me.
Well, I should have seen that coming. It was optimistic of me to expect you to beat it on your first try. But don't worry. Like I said, you'll grow. I'm going to send you to a very special place now. It's a mirror of your reality, located in an endless loop between life and death. You won't die there, But nothing's really alive there either. You'll wake up in a place resembling your own village. You'll find a man there whose task it is to help you on your journey. Your main objective for now will be to push onwards, survive,
Boop.
kill the 4 guardians. Then we'll talk.
Let's go.
Boop.
Where your hometown once was, a lone man sits among the remains. He doesn't notice you. Only when you walk right up to him, he turns his blank stare toward you.
It's not my farmhold, is it?
Boop.
I'm from up north, the land of fog. I don't know what happened.
At least that's one thing you have in common.
A creature that looked like a goat told me I'd wake up in a strange place, and that I'd find someone in need of my help there.
The man looks at you for a moment.
I've already made some preparations and settled in one of the tents here. I can't offer you much at the moment, though. This place is different.
Boop.
But you? I've seen an enormous creature out there. A golem of stone. The evil energy it emits is beyond anything I've ever felt. I'd say getting rid of that beast would be a good start.
Cool. Healing and upgrades. Sure. I'll buy the healing.
I don't remember, and I don't know what I'm doing here, or how I got here. All I know is I'm supposed to be helping you with your quest. All I know for now is that you need to find the rest of the people who are supposed to join us and help them out in their troubles. I don't know. Maybe it will come back? Maybe there's something that could trigger my memories.
Okay.
Boop.
Good. I caught you before you went out, all on your lonesome. Our mutual friend already told you to slay the stone golem. Perfect. The golem is just a start, though. Even if you do manage to kill it, the further you go, the more dangerous the road will become. And since we're talking roads, you're walking within the weirdness now, and it's dangerous. Take these candles, light them up, and try not to let this damned fog close around you. Got it? Oh, and before you face the golem, look around the area. There's a blacksmith nearby who might be willing to join your village. Finding people like him will be crucial for your survival. Each one will be helpful in a different way. And with that, I'm out. Good luck.
Boop.
Okay. What is this? Get a weird card, force awareness, insert them into your hand. These effects depend on your awareness. Weird candles burn level. Use it or be ready for consequences. Increase the damage of all enemies by 50% for 2 turns. If not played, next turn lose 2 energy. I'm good. I didn't draw a block, so... Okay. Alright, we got him. Nice, I leveled up. Deal 1 hit for 100% damage or see enemies armor by 20 until the end of combat.
Boop.
Advanced attack.
Boop.
Reposition sounds very nice. New passive skill. Unused block lasts for 1 turn. Whenever you hit an enemy, reduce their armor. Or you play 2 or less cards in a turn, your first hit of the next turn deals 400% damage. Oh wow. Armor Crusher sounds good. I'll take that. Ah. There we go. I was wondering why I couldn't see anything.
Boop.
Oh.
Boop.
Okay. Reduce the damage of all enemies by 100% this turn. Well, none of them are attacking, so. Sweet position. Stun him. Oh, he's immune to stun. Oh. Okay. Okay. Ah, not enough. So close. Tends to attack everyone on the battlefield and buff. Okay. Well, we can stun him and block. Oh. He just exploded. Okay. Oh, they're gonna attack all the time. Okay. Do a block there. Alright, we finished him off. Nice, I leveled up again.
Boop.
Deal 1 hit for 300% damage to all enemies. Offer 5 HP. Oh. Fist of Stone. Deal 1 hit for 300%. Reduce enemy's armor by 25 until the end of combat. Reduce the energy cost of 3 cards in hand by 1. I'll take Fist of Stone.
Boop.
Fountain of
Early
Health.
Explorers of Avalon found many springs with supernatural properties, including ones that could heal. Not many of these miraculous creeks are left these days, since most were drained dry to provide water supplies for Arthur's soldiers.
Drink the holy water.
You immediately feel refreshed. However, you feel a strange chill running down your spine like an icy finger. It might not be safe to stay here any longer.
Take a risk and drink some more. Oh no. Should have seen this coming.
Boop.
I should have seen that coming. Oh,
Boop.
gotcha. Every time I hit them, it's going to increase their damage. Gotcha. Gotcha.
Boop. Boop.
Okay. Hit me. Reposition. Not enough. Ow. Stun an enemy. Oh. Let's stun him.
Boop.
Stun him. Perfect. Where's my energy? Oh, sorry, I'm blocking it. I'll sit right here.
Boop.
Okay.
Boop.
Deformed peasant. This enemy becomes stronger with every hit it suffers. Let's go ahead and reposition for a block. Don't need to do that. Nice.
Boop.
As the waters heal you again, the spring runs dry.
Oh,
Boop.
nice. That was worth it. Treasure Guardian. What's the Treasure Guardian got for me? This enemy drains HP from allies, gets stronger when they die, replaces them with summons. It tends to attack all allies. Oh. So we have to focus our damage out on him.
Boop.
Gotcha. Nice. So we'll do some regular attacks. Barely any damage taken there. He's gonna hit everybody again. Nice. Nice. Ow. He's gonna get stronger with this attack. A harvested soul. Looks like it has infinite health. That's not good. Nice. Gain 1 block this turn and 1 block next turn.
Boop.
Deal 1 damage. Deal a hit for 75% damage to all enemies. Duplicate the next card played. That sounds like a lot of fun. I'm going to take duplicate. The first attack type card played each combat costs no energy. The first hit in combat deals 200% more damage.
Boop.
Increase your armor by 25. I'm going to take Body of Steel. That sounds awesome.
Boop.
You found what was protected by this beast. A stash of gold and jewelry.
Boop.
When you filled your pockets up to the brim with gold, 3 ethereal chests materialize in front of you. Bringing your hand towards one of them causes the others to shimmer and blur.
Boop.
Oh. Unlock a new armor slot for runestones. Gain 10 armor. Unlock a new combat slot for items. I'll take armor. A pack of enemies. Let's light up my candle before we get into this fight. I have 35 armor. They can't even hit me. We'll go for the Faith Healer first. Oh wait. He still hit me. Oh. Gotcha.
Boop.
So this, it looks like it dynamically shows me their damage. Okay, noted. Okay. Double pain. There we go. Oh, blacksmith.
A song breaks through the slithering of the weirdness.
I have no hope, no home, no gold. Mine is but misty morning cold.
Not long afterwards, you come upon a man wearing a blacksmith's apron.
Oi, traveller. Want to buy a good anvil? 'Tis all I have, I'm afraid. Me home, you see, went poof. 1 minute there, next minute gone. I found myself here, with this lump of iron for company. I swear to gods it started talking to me not long ago.
So what do you do?
Oh, no. I left that life behind quite a while ago. All I'm interested in these days are rune stones.
Boop.
What's a runestone?
Yes, containers for the magic of giants. Even though you'll usually find them broken, they're extremely powerful. You can use them to enhance your weapons or armor. They will influence your abilities in different ways. Also, when you find 3 of the same kind and rarity, you'll be able to fuse them together. This will make them even more powerful. Here, let me give you some. You can try it later. I'd say that since you know what you're looking for, you should be able to find more of them out there. By the way, you want me in your village? Well, you must first prove you can take care of yourself. Kill 10 bears and... just fooling, for pity's sake. What would I need 10 bears for? Show me the way.
Cool. How do I open my inventory? Oh, I. Increases damage by 2. Cool. I like the heal for 4. Oh boy. Will deliver more hits each turn unless it's stunned. This enemy redirects damage from all allies to itself. Interesting. That's a lot of damage. stun him. Okay. Nice.
The man you meet is dressed in rags. Fragments of manacles and chains dangle from his wrists. He doesn't greet you as you approach. He does not speak, nor does he beg for his life. He just looks at you with a blank stare. Suddenly, he grabs a sword, but you feel no threat in his movements. He makes a gesture, inviting you to train with him.
Train. 5% damage increase each turn. Every 10th hit in combat is doubled. Increase the maximum damage you deal by 3. Take fighting spirit. Cool. What a cool old man. Pack of enemies. Wakes up after absorbing blood of its fallen ally. Better let it sleep in its petrified shell. Interesting. Stun it. Nice. Fist of Stone plus that double is really nice.
The local hunters call this ancient skull the Stag Father, and lay charms and offerings around it. The legends say the Stag Father takes the dreamers away to join him on a great hunt.
Sure. I'll take a risk of sleeping. Why not? Take me on a great hunt, Stag Father. Okay. This enemy attacks everyone on the battlefield. Oh, even him. That's pretty cool. Attacks everyone on the battlefield. Okay. Nice. Is he getting bigger? Oh, he is. Interesting. Runestone dust. Gain 1 energy. Offer 25% damage this turn. Draw 4 cards. Reduce the damage dealt by all enemies by 30% for 3 turns. Interesting. I think I'll take Refreshing Breeze. That sounds nice. The hunt was successful, and you feel the Stagfather's gratitude. Forget 2 skills. Overhead swings are actually my weakest attack. All right. Okay, so you have a sleeper, an abomination, and a healer. Now, question. I better finish them off. Oh, that woke him up on the same turn. Position. Wow. I hit for a lot right now. Pretty good.
He's just a lost soul, wandering between clouds of weirdness with a fading weird candle in his hand. His eyes light up when he sees you. You notice that he is not actually looking at you. He's looking at your candle.
Thank gods. Mine's almost out. Do you have more? Please. If you don't help me, I'm done for. I have to find them. They're somewhere. I know it. I can feel it. And I need to be there. To be by their side. Now.
Sure, why not?
Thank you. I promise to make good use of it.
Don't die.
He continues with his search.
Boop. Boop.
As you approach the tree, it seems to shift and move. You draw closer, and suddenly you realize why the tree appears to be moving. Dozens of rotting bodies dangle and sway in the breeze. It looks like a strange dance with their necks nodding along in their nooses.
Loot the tree, possible HP loss. Yeah, sure.
Something falls out of one of the corpse's pockets. You catch it just before it lands on the ground.
One cracked man. Perverted life force. This animal will negate every hit under a certain threshold of damage. You can also deliver a certain amount of hits to temporarily get rid of this buff. Oh. Neat. Do a double pain here. Nice. Okay. Bye. Fist of Stone hits very hard. Okay. Pied Piper. A pack of enemies. Oh. Oh no. Okay, got one out. Reposition. Nice. Okay.
As you walk carefully in the woods, a quick, lithe creature runs towards you. It takes you a moment to realize it's a human. He brandishes a short wooden stick, screaming and shouting in despair.
My children! I've seen what you've done to my children!
Children?
Barbarian! Sacrilegious scum! You shouldn't have done that. What will I do without them?
You watch him, confused. He looks malnourished, as if he's had nothing to eat since he entered the weirdness. And you're sure that was a long, long time ago.
I failed them. I couldn't protect them. I'm not worthy of it anymore.
Turns out the stick he tried to beat you with was an instrument. A flute. He sniffles. The flute is a strange one, Mysterious markings and blood cover its surface.
Take it. It's your duty now.
He plays a simple melody. Suddenly rats swarm all over you. You've seen enough of them already to know how this will end.
Kill him. Rat jam. Gain 30% damage and minus armor for every ally on the field. Enemy's intent is a mystery. Oh my god. We got a problem here, Chief. We got a problem here, Chief. Oh, goodbye.
Within the darkness, you hear a familiar voice.
Finally. Now we can start the cycle of proper rebirth.
A different voice appears out of nowhere, and its owner is nowhere to be seen.
Be gone.
It is calm. Inhumanly calm.
Can I invite you to the table?
You see a hooded figure waiting for you by the table. A chessboard sits upon it, the game in progress. As you take the free chair, you realize the creature has no face. A white skull leers from the shadows of the hood, a human skeleton draped with robes.
I admit, I'm not used to showing up in person whenever people die. That's too much hassle, with adjusting my presence to your current imaginations and whatnot. But let's say that your case is special.
I like his VA. Your death?
Yes. And yes to that other question, too. You're technically dead, but there are certain things that prevent you from, let's say, being properly gone. Recent events had consequences going beyond the intentions that sparked them. And now we're stuck in this unfortunate predicament because time, as you know it, is irreversibly corrupted.
Time got corrupted?
The past and the future are happening at the same time. All that you see is an echo of things that already happened or eventually will. Presented without inherent sense, without purpose, without any logic.
You see 4 figures on the board changing shapes into forms of beasts, and a moment later, they dissolve into dust.
You must slay the Guardians and keep slaying them until you reach the source, conjuring them out of the weirdness. Their deaths will make you stronger. This will lead you to your destination.
Cool. I've unlocked Rush. Raw power. Devastating attack. Nice. Returning energy. Momentum. Nice. Find the true boss fight. Souls saved from corruption. Villagers recruited. Weird hunter. Continue. You can stay here forever or go deeper into the weirdness to explore its mystery. Start with 2 more weird cards. Start with 20 max HP. Start with 2 healing potions. I don't need a blessing. Let's start with extra health. Okay, so we're still playing the main character. Gotcha. I like how it's just called difficulty 1. Not like Ascension, not Overdrive, not extra mode. Just difficulty.
Right now, this building is an abandoned ruin. However, during your travels, you might find someone who'd be willing to settle in here and help you with your quest.
Weirdness 1.
As you approach the blacksmith, you hear him angrily mumbling to his anvil.
I swear on my name, one day he'll pay.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Not at this point. Now I'm here and happy. It's just an old habit of mine.
His eyes say otherwise. Something is clearly on his mind.
It really doesn't matter. What matters is that you've invited me to your village, and I can now hammer away in peace and safety.
Buy runestones. In the first turn, draw 1 additional card or heal. Increase damage by 2, or at the end of your turn, deal 1 hit for 4 damage to all enemies. Increase your damage by 50% in the first turn. Gain 75 armor in the first turn. I like this one. This one's nice. Each card played increases your damage by 5% this turn. Or just get 10 armor. I'll take the armor. Thank you, sir. Upgrade the blacksmith's abilities. Oh, wow. I leave you. Goodbye. Runestones. Okay. Awesome. Healing and upgrades. Rest. I leave you.
Right now, this build.
Okay. Alright, so we basically have nobody.
Boop.
Alright, well, let's head on out. Let's go this way. I think we can fight him without a candle. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. Can I do 46 damage? Yeah. Got him. Beautiful. Stun all enemies with no or negative armor.
Boop.
That seems really good.
Boop.
That seems really good. I'm gonna take Stunning Shout. At the start of each turn, gain 2 ultimate charges, duplicate every 5th attack card type played, block every 2nd hit received in a turn. Oh. Beginner's luck seems awesome. Milestone?
It's a mystery why these stones light up and banish the weirdness when people walk by. Many believe Merlin himself invented the runes carved into them. There's also a darker rumor.
Boop.
That they were left by the Four-Dwellers to lure humans into their domain, like moths to the flame.
Armor increased for the next combat encounter. Legendary encounter. Oh, this is the golem. Gamba. Gain 1 block and 1 energy, draw a card, offer 10 armor until the end of combat. No. Okay. Man, he hits really hard. Golem will spawn a new enemy after receiving 5 more hits. Okay. Stun the golem, lose 10 armor. No. Okay. When they're killed, they add helpful cards to your hand. Oh. Seize the opportunity. I like this. Interesting. Nice. Oh, good. Ow. Okay. That's a lot of damage. Four more hits. Okay. He's starting to hit real hard. Stun him. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's bad. Okay. Every time I stun him. Oh no. Bye. Yeah, every time he gets stunned, he summons a thing. But that was also the boss of the zone. I'm pretty sure I wasn't supposed to actually do anything there. I wasn't supposed to fight him right away. Oh, I unlocked a new class now, though. The Summoner. I'll take the 20 max. Easy mode. No easy mode, please. Okay, so now let's do this.
Boop.
I like that you actually can fight the boss, like, straight up if you wanted to. That's actually pretty cool. Yeah, it's pretty cool, actually. Scene initialization 2. Okay. Hello? Game? I'm gonna restart the game. Seems fun so far, though. bum, 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 ba-dum, bum. Is this release? Yeah. Alright, let's try it again. Play Conquest, do Weird Hunter, play on difficulty 1. Now try new class. No. I want to play as this character. I want to get past the first zone. Okay.
The blacksmith.
Don't even think about bringing other blacksmiths here with you. This village is mine. We are dead serious when it comes to competition.
Understood, dude. Nice. Leave. Alright. So, increase our max health. Boom, bop, bip. I rest. Leave. Okay. So now we have a map here. So this should easily be fightable. Let's see what we got here. Okay. Oh yeah, easy fight. No big issue at all. All right. Offer all energy and deal 1 hit for 0% damage. Damage increased by 175% per point of energy consumed. That seems really good. Whenever you kill an enemy, draw 2 cards with its cost reduced by 1. Increased damage against vulnerable. Unused block lasts for 1 additional turn. I'll take haste. Haste seems really good. Like, haste seems really good.
As the flickering light of the weird
Oh, nice. So that's the boss over there, so we don't want to fight him. We have a new enemy here. Okay, what's this guy do? Oh no, his damage is just based on my light level. Oh, that makes sense why he would do so little damage. Okay. Nice. Hello. A scientist.
You enter a small glade, quite unique in the way its grass reflects the surrounding weirdness. You see dozens of jars overflowing with a strange liquid. They're filled with a variety of different monstrous body parts. Then you notice a woman who is taking pieces out of some of the jars and placing them into others. You get really close before she raises her head.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't notice you approach.
Aww.
She points at her face. You realize that one of the young woman's eyes is made of glass.
She cute.
Glass.
Ah, yeah.
A rare material, especially in this world ravaged by war.
Sight-related issues.
She chuckles nervously and takes an enormous hand out of one of the jars. She starts scratching her head.
Welcome to my dominion, the Altar of Knowledge, as I call it, as this is the place where knowledge is born.
What do you mean?
Many of my potions are still in development, I admit, but I think I could give you a very special potion in exchange for the most valuable component you could provide me with.
Okay. Meaning
Gold,
what?
of course.
Oh. Buy a potion.
Unfortunately, I only have enough ingredients for one of these, so choose wisely.
Oh, I'm broke. Who are you?
I'm a scholar in training. I've devoted my life to two things: gathering knowledge and performing experiments. But when I think about it, it's one and the same thing. Experiments help in expanding my... I apologize. I tend to spiral within my thoughts when I'm hungry. I think I haven't eaten for a week now.
What the fuck?
She continues like that for a while before she catches your gaze.
Master Iron always took care of such things. He remembered about food and other earthly things, but he disappeared.
Boop.
Join my village. It will be safer.
She considers your offer.
But will I be able to continue my research? Back home, people weren't very keen about my approach to science.
You nod, hoping that you won't regret this decision.
Then show me the way.
No. Training grounds. What do we got here? Okay, so healer, damage dealer. This enemy can add useless cards to your deck. Oh, good. Now let's just go ahead and finish that off. Good block. Deal one hit. Okay. Enemy intends to debuff. I'll stun that. Nice. Gain 10% damage next turn. Block one attack. Okay. I'll let him add some garbage. Your deck has been infected. Play this card to get rid of it. Block, disturbance, devastating strike, attack, small strikes, ultimate. Bye. Tome of Knowledge. Draw one card. Oh. Oh, it's a combat item. Offer 5% of your health. Draw one card. Its cost is reduced. Increase the damage by 10% until the end of combat. Sure, I'll take prep. Prep sounds nice. Training grounds.
Boop.
The ringing sound of clashing swords grabs your attention as you walk through the weirdness. You approach,
Boop.
but you find a campsite instead of a battlefield. Several men drink mead, as if nothing of note was happening around them. Others battle monsters, and something about the movement and behavior of these beasts seems strange, until you notice a druid chanting something near the campfire.
I'll fight something easy. I want a challenge. Hit me with all you've got.
Are you sure? If you win, we'll reward you handsomely. But it's highly unlikely you'll survive this encounter.
I said I'll fight. Okay.
Boop.
Spawn illusions of random enemies. Tends to buff. Gain 20% damage this turn if not played. Gain 5 armor. Okay. I'll take the armor. Okay. So, gonna want to kill these two first. Nice. Good opener. I'll block one attack. And I'll prep her for vulnerable. Block. Summon. Oh. Preparation. Double block. Preparation again. Dead. No, not yet. I'll take these 2 hits. Nice. Gonna cause an illusion. Gonna do another thing. So we'll do small strikes. Do my ult. Do a regular attack. Okay. I'll prep again. Get rid of the disturbance. Overhead swing on that. Defend. Block. Devastating attack. Nice. That devastating attack hits really hard. Oh. Well, I already have this. So, I'll put that in my inventory.
Congratulations. Here's the promised reward. But if I may ask this of you, lend me your ear for a moment.
Oh, what do you need?
A favor. You can handle yourself, so I figure you won't be afraid to handle something that no sane person would ever agree to do.
Nice.
Somewhere out there, you might encounter a certain knight, a creature of enormous size and even more enormous appetite. I have to ask you for help to convince this creature to come back here.
Okay, but
That's a long story, but he belongs here with me. Here, I can take care of his condition and keep trying to heal him.
In the flesh. Okay. Ooh, Treasure Guardian. Undying subject. This enemy will resurrect after death and attack its master once before the old habits of loyalty and devotion kick back in. Tends to use a weak attack and heal. This enemy will attack his own subjects to heal himself and try and debuff you. Interesting. Okay. This undead is subdued by the king's dark powers. All of his hits are healing its master. Ow. Tend to attack his ally and debuff. Nice. Tend to attack all allies. I think I'm dead here. Nice. Okay. Okay. So that cleave will hit him and redirect his attack back to this guy. And then I block this guy's attack. Nice. Okay. Alright. Prep. How much damage do I do? Got him. Not bad. Mark yourself for an enemy for this turn. Target's damage will be increased by 100% and their armor reduced by 50. Ew. Fist of Stone. Fist of Stone hits pretty good. Chain. Multiplies the card's effect by the number of cards of the same type played in a row during this turn. Interesting. At the start of every combat with 10 ultimate charges, start each turn with 2 ultimate charges. Heal 25% of your missing HP after each victorious combat. Well-maintained body or killing spree. I'm going to take killing spree here. I think killing spree will be better.
You found what was protected when you filled your pocket.
Gain 2 damage. I'm going to gain 2 damage. There we go. So that's the boss over there, so we don't really want to touch him. So let's go this way. Hello, friend. Just a stray creature. Not worried about him. It's just one guy. Alright, we'll prep. Do that. He's almost dead. Easy fight. Okay. Can't have a pack of enemies here. Okay. Didn't really do much. I think we just focus on this guy. Small strikes. Do an overhead.
Hey,
do
Bahroo,
that. Ult him. We get a free prep. Take that. Okay. Small strikes to finish that off. One block. Devastation. Bye. Not bad. And yes, I am still resting. Oh, Armed
He
wanderer.
holds one weapon in his hand and has one weapon on his back. This strikes you as a bit excessive,
Boop.
unless he's a traveling weaponsmith. The blood covering his leather jerkin is not his own. It seems he can take care of himself.
Before you get any stupid ideas, I used to be a master-at-arms at Halfway. Trained many young warriors there. If you've gold to spare, I could teach you a thing or two.
Oh. Learn a new skill, forget a skill. Upgrade. For every enemy killed by this card, permanently increase your max HP by 2. Huh. I'll take reposition though. Reposition is good. Alright, we got a pack of enemies here. Deranged Red Priest. This enemy can create barriers to protect his allies. Sick Man. Sick with contagious red death. Don't touch its skin too often or your hand will be infected with obsolete cards. Okay. Noted. Red Death. On Sick Man death, lose 1% max HP. Oh, good. Alright, we'll take preparation. Kill him. Take 2 blocks. Increase my damage by enough to kill this guy in 1 hit. Nice. Alright. Small strikes. He's dead. Not bad. Oh. A kunai. Neat. Fortune teller?
Good day, stranger. Are you in need of some guidance?
Yes.
It's a question asked by an eerie yet elegant woman who's just appeared in front of your eyes. She's of indiscernible age, but looks strangely disturbing, standing peacefully within the weirdness.
You can withdraw the course of your destiny
Boop.
and change the fate of your future fights. Come closer and see for yourself.
Oh?
Boop.
Interesting. Weirdness mushroom. No one knows what will happen. Nah. I'm good. Hello. Stun a random enemy. Okay. Go blade flurry on him. Ult him up. Free attack. Nice. Devastation. That attack hits so hard. Target block? Block the next hit of a chosen enemy. Reduce the enemy's armor by 100% of your damage. 100% damage until the end of combat. Oh. Do 100%. Reduce the enemy's armor by 20 until the end of combat. I take the shield breaker. Or steel eater. Take shield breaker. I'm gonna loot the hanging tree.
You draw dozens. While circling the tree, you notice something lying on the ground.
Nice. More money.
You find an elderly archer sitting near a small fire. He tends the flames with care and tenderness.
Oh, a visitor. I haven't seen a friendly human face for a long time. It's getting lonely out here.
With a gesture, he invites you to sit with him.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Who are you?
The question shouldn't be who I am, my friend. The question should be who I was. Because right now, I'd say I'm pretty much nobody.
What do you do?
Not much. I tend to the fire and watch over this place. Since I failed to fulfill my task, I need to sit here and watch the fire. I don't want to, but I have to. I'm certain something terrible will happen if I stop. Well, that's definitely a story for another time, but I do appreciate you asking.
Oh, sit by the fire.
As you sit by the archer, you notice that this fire doesn't behave like a regular fire. It has the power to push weirdness away, just like a menhir or a weird candle.
Boop.
Moreover, you suddenly notice that the man's legs are rooted into the ground with blue veins. The veins stretch from his feet into the fire pit. You form a question in your mind, but when you look into the man's eyes, you realize there's no point in asking it. His gaze is absent, and his movements are barely noticeable. You decide to leave it for another time and turn your eyes towards the fire. The flames flicker with a weird, magical rhythm.
Wish for experience, wish for a new skill, wish for experience. Ooh. Gain 1 block for each enemy alive. That sounds very good. Your first attack card played each combat costs no energy. That sounds nice. Oh. Barriers created by the enemy are 50% weaker. At the end of each turn, create 15 barrier for all allies. Oh shit, that seems really good. Neat. You finally notice this? When did I loot that? Oh, good. Cool. Neat.
Wandering around, you notice that the plants on the ground around you are more like muscle tissue than typical vegetation. Then you notice an old man smiling at you in a disturbingly friendly
Oh God.
manner.
He looks
He's
creepy as
sitting near
hell.
an enormous pool of blood and stacks of fancy bouquets made of body parts. Hands, hearts,
Am I gonna play prop
testicles,
night? What's
arms,
prop night?
all held together by an unknown power, form the shape of a sunflower. Your horrified eyes pass over baubles made of kidneys and macabre flowers tied neatly with intestine ribbons.
Come, don't be afraid. I suppose some might consider my shop rather extravagant, but trust me, you won't find anything quite like my bouquets in these woods.
Those aren't bouquets, those are severed hands.
Boop.
So, what do you have for me today?
He notices a question forming on your lips.
Oh, pity. I thought you came here with my delivery. Well, that's an inconvenience. Anyway, you can still take a look at my wares.
Gain 40 barrier, gain 50 armor, gain 1 block. I'll take the sage. Sage sounds
A
nice.
splendid choice. I guarantee you won't regret it. These were preserved with care and the expertise of my years of experience, so they should last for quite a while.
The man's joy quickly turns to sadness. With teary eyes, he continues,
Yes, this bouquet would have been a perfect gift for a special lady, one that's dear to your heart, if only.
Ask him why he's sad.
He sobs for a while. Then, with a shaky voice, he explains,
Bouquets have a purpose. They were invented for a reason. But that purpose has disappeared from this world. Nobody needs them anymore. Everyone says there are more important matters at hand. We just don't live in the right times for vanity and joy. And that's what bouquets are all about, right?
He tries to collect himself.
But I won't give up. I need to believe that all is not lost. And I do have a favor to ask of you. There is a lady out there, the fairest maiden of them all. I've only seen her once, true, but there's no doubt in my mind. Her presence by my side is all I dream about. Her beauty is all I can see. Please, I beg you, take the bouquet. When you meet her, the love of my life, she's bound to notice that it was made especially for her. Let her know that there's someone in this world who won't ever stop dreaming about her.
Nice. +1 wife. I'll ask for a blessing before I fight the stone golem. Yes, thank you, Tides. I saw your message. This enemy will spawn totems to buff allies. Okay. Okay. Nice. Wow, that hits hard. I seem to be pretty strong.
There are old customs that protect the traveling priests of the All-Mother. The one you see before you, walking through the weirdness at a brisk, confident pace, doesn't seem to realize or care that this protection is unlikely to extend here.
I have this ugly-ass bouquet. Do you want it? It's yours.
You show her the bouquet you received from the florist.
This is probably the most disgusting thing I've seen in my life, and trust me, I've seen a lot. Please take it away.
Before you have a chance to ask her for anything, something leaps out of the weirdness.
Okay, so let's see what we have. Perverted life force, this guy, this guy, this guy. Alright. So, start with you. Finish you off. We'll do... Operation and block. Nice. Reposition. Bye. Yeah, we're pretty strong. Reduce armor. Reduce armor if all enemies have 50 for 2 turns.
Praise the Mother. I'm glad you're here.
You see confidence.
I want to settle this once and for all. If All-Mother is still with us, she will protect me. If not, I'd rather die anyway. Now let me be on my way and you go on yours. With my blessing.
There. What are you doing out here?
Reluctantly, she reveals that she went into the weirdness of her own free will.
Ever since we landed on Avalon, I've seen so much evil. Men killing each other for a slice of bread. Parents drowning their children so that their cries don't draw a weird spawn. It's so hard to believe the Mother still watches over us. I'm on a pilgrimage, trying to visit all of the shrines raised throughout these lands in the name of the All-Mother.
You realize that with the world being in constant flux, stuck between various times and realities, her pilgrimage will probably never end. You tell her that since your journey will take you to various places anyway, you might as well help out. You can see that she's exhausted but grateful.
Here, it's an incense blessed by the High Priestess. Use it to perform a ritual at all of the All-Mother's altars you can find, and hope that, in time, we'll be able to purify and shield them from corruption.
Cool.
I'm too far away from the altar to cast spells like that. I can give you some potions or teach you a certain technique, though. It's your choice.
Learn a secret spell. Oh, wow. A powerful card type which is removed from the deck after a few uses. Cool. Ah, combat. Okay. Start off with a devastation there. Potential lethal. Nope. Alright, we'll block. Sage. Preparation and overhead strike. All Mother's Blessing. Bye. Cool. I got some more potions. Charge your ultimate ability to half of its maximum charges. Deal damage and draw a card. Quick counter though. Rocks with our chain ability. We should get rid of our regular strikes now if
All-Mother
possible.
shrines were a common sight across Avalon. Despite their grim existence, settlers were grateful to the goddess. And they had good reason to be. For every 10 people who set sail for Avalon, only 4 would reach the island, and only 1 or 2 would survive the first year. The shrine has faint traces of power lingering in the air. A priestess materializes out of the weirdness and asks what it is that you're looking for.
Perform a ritual. Rob the shrine.
You feel a strange power rising around you. Is that a faint glow over the altar, or is it just a trick of the light?
Okay, Wayne June.
The priestess lays her hands on your chest. You feel a wrenching pain as your body heals much faster than is comfortable. It's hard to get used to this sensation.
Cool. All right. Let's come over here. Let's ask for a blessing. Damage increased in the next combat encounter. Let's do it. Okay, reduces damage. Overhead. All right, do it up. Preparation. Gamba. Sage. Okay. Position. Okay. Prep. Okay. Very well done.
The golem collapses and shatters into thousands of pieces at your feet. You feel a strange surge of power in the air. Suddenly, a familiar creature appears.
Good. That was good. Congratulations.
You instantly recognize this voice. It's the goat-legged creature you've met before.
You see, the problem with weirdness is that it's an uncontrollable mess. Is there something you want? Really, really want? Snap your fingers. There you go. There it is, right in front of you.
He looks at you, clearly unimpressed by the fact that you even exist.
If you're Avalonian, that is. You, people of the homelands, never found out how to control this power. And the problem is that you tried, because obviously you did. You know which human emotion is the strongest.
Fear?
Yes, and every answer was correct. All of these emotions made an impact on the force that surrounds us, that envelops this island, and it tried to give back. You hate somebody? Wish them death? Snap of your fingers, and here you go. A clear personification of your feelings standing right in front of you. However, since you're not a four-armed Avalonian wizard, you can't control it, can you?
He pauses, his expression one of hesitance. Maybe he said too much.
Anyway, as I've said before, good job. There are 3 more of those for you to get rid of, and then we can call it a day. This day, this time, in this timeline. Also, another path opened for you, with another surprise at the end. Oh, and before you go, I have even more good news for you. Yes, you guessed right, you deserve a reward.
Ooh. After killing an enemy, heal yourself. If you played 2 or less cards, increase your damage. Every 10th card played in combat increases your damage by 10% until the end of combat. Big blood transfusion. That lets me use cards that sacrifice my HP. Huh. Okay.
The blacksmith is hard at work when you...
I can't do any of these. Hello?
You did it, didn't you? You've slain the beast. I knew I felt something unusual. As if some tremendous power was suddenly released and hit this land like a wave.
He nods in admiration.
I have to be honest with you, though. I had to make sure you'd be able to survive here. I had to be sure that you're the one I've dreamt of. In the strangest of dreams.
He looks through you with his blank stare, but you're sure you've noticed the briefest glimmer of hope in his eyes.
Nodders, hope. Healing and upgrades. +1 in stock. Oh, I need weird stones, which I don't have. Gotcha. Currency earned in various places used to buy permanent upgrades. Oh. Cool. Slay the second beast of the weirdness. Oh, hello.
Boop.
Okay. Let's go ahead and leave.
Boop.
Oh, it's a new path. Oh, cool.
The blacksmith is...
Can't transmute. Can't exchange. I don't have runestone dust. Gotcha. How do I get runestone dust? I have 2 tiers. All right, well, let's go. Although I've only got 1 candle left, so we should probably go towards that candle maker. That seems like the best place to go.
As the flicker...
Nice. Sizable knight. Oh, it's the guy. Each hit received by this enemy will make it deal 1 more hit in the next turn. Interesting. Well, I'm gonna kill this guy. Okay. Locked. Prep. Sage ourselves up. Beautiful. There we go. Oh, I have 3 of them now. Merch. Nice. The first 2 turns of combat increase your damage. Oh, nice. That's really good.
As you journey through the forest, you hear a peculiar sound. It's like claws or teeth raking against metal, mingled with what sounds like the whine of a dog. Instead of a dog, a mighty knight approaches.
He's so
He's
thick.
mighty in every sense of the word, especially in size.
You. I haven't smelled you before.
I'll move this over
I
here.
am hungry. So hungry. Do you taste good? Can I eat you?
No. Certain druid asks you to come back. Gently refuse to be eaten.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm hungry.
Tell him to bite himself.
How rude of you. And I'm hungry. Really, really, really hungry.
His voice becomes a growl. His knightly features fade as he shifts into an enormous, grotesque creature. Suddenly he's stinking, huge and drooling. Perhaps offending this noble creature wasn't the best idea.
Uh-oh. What the fuck are these? This enemy performs regular attacks. This enemy can only attack once every few turns. Damn, he hungry. Okay. Oh, it's got a cooldown. Once per turn. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. 250? Okay. It's a pretty big hit. Okay. Immune to stuns. Okay. $250. We'll block that. Okay. Nice. We're gaining so much barrier. Prep last. Feels good. Easy fight, actually. Oh, wow. That's a lot of experience, too. I'm glad we fought him. This turn, gain armor and stun every enemy that hits you. Reduce the armor by 50. Damage by 10% for the next 5 turns. Gain 1 block. Next turn. Draw 1 additional card. Trap sounds nice. Meditation. Oh wow, Storm of Blades. And we'll take meditation actually. Gain 1 energy after killing a vulnerable enemy. Start combat with 2 additional energy. Whenever you hit an enemy, increase your armor by 7 this turn. I'm gonna take more energy. 3 energy is kind of limiting now. Yeah, 3 energy is very limiting. Treasure Guardian. Three snakes. This enemy hits can reduce armor. Interesting. Nice. Okay, hold that one. Trap. Always doing prep last. Feels good. Okay. Block that attack. Okay, 3 hits. I'm gonna meditate. Yeah. Bye. 260 damage.
You found what was protect when you filled your pot.
Gain a new armor slot for a runestone? Yeah. Increase my armor.
The choking stench of tallow permeates the air. The candlemaker's house stands alone within the weirdness. The inquisitive tendrils held at bay by dozens of flickering weird candles. There are many grisly tales about candlemakers who secretly made their candles out of people they were supposed to protect.
Oh, fuck.
Inside, the candlemaker leans heavily on his cast iron mold, barely managing to stay awake.
Mods, can you change my title to trying out a new game first time? Thanks. Because a lot of people are asking if there's a new update to this game or something like that. This is the first time I've played this.
So fast! Oh, why do they burn out so fast? Oh, perhaps if I... No, I may need both later.
It takes a while for him to notice you.
The candles aren't snuffed out, are they? You're not one of the weird spawn. Doesn't matter. I can't sell you any anyway. I barely make enough to keep myself alive out here.
Join me in my village.
It doesn't take much to convince him.
Lead the way. I'd like to be in a place where I don't have to use all my goods myself. And where the ingredients to make them are easier to obtain.
His last words almost make you regret your decision.
Oops. That's the boss. Praise for healing. And it works. Uninterrupted pros grow stronger, but beware the lady's anger will break them by dealing damage. Oh. Nice. Level 10. If you use 125, 30%. I'll skip. Oh, mastery. Whenever you use your ultimate with 10 or more charges, reduce the enemy's armor by 100 until the end of combat. Ultimate ability only consumes 50% of the current charges. Whenever you kill an enemy with your ultimate ability, heal 10% of your max HP. I think manifested higher. Okay. This enemy will only attack when there are bloodstones on the battlefield. Interesting. Okay. Bloodstone. Disables all healing. Destroying this runestone will immediately heal all of your enemies for a large amount. Okay. I have enough barrier to survive him now. Nice. Prep and block. Okay. Okay. Nice.
The weirdness is coming. Brace yourselves before you turn into one of them.
You hear a shout before you see the shouter. Soon enough, you see something that must have been a human being once, but isn't anymore. Or maybe it never was. It's a market stall.
Good day, traveler. I'm a market stall, specializing in weapons and armors.
It says. You blink a couple of times, but the voice is clearly coming from this piece of furniture.
Please do not stare. It's rude. If you want something, I have an offer. Make your contribution and choose whatever you please. And don't cheat. I know when people cheat.
Hmm. Berserker potion. That sounds nice. I'll buy both of those actually. Rundown windmill. Hey, another treasure chest. This is it? After it's killed, this creature will come back as another, different enemy. Okay. Okay. Go ahead and prep. Nice. Okay. He just keeps coming back to life. Bye. Ghost of a ghost of a ghost, a ghost. Block the next hit of a chosen enemy. Small blessing.
You find it.
No, wait. One shall be cursed, for no man can possess this treasure without sacrifice.
You feel a sharp sting, and then your head becomes dizzy.
You lost 10 armor.
After a while, you can't recall precisely what happened. But the weird stone you found inside should make the sacrifice worthwhile.
Oh, 100 weird stones. Nice. Okay. Okay. All right, finish him off. Block. Nice. Bye. I feel pretty strong right now.
The blades of this lone windmill creak and groan as you approach. It's as if they're trying to warn you about something.
Uh-oh.
When you enter, the miller strides towards you and immediately announces,
Apologies, but I can't let you in.
Why?
The man looks at you with an unamused expression.
You weren't invited. Besides, the ceremony is in progress, so there's not much to be done about it. I'm afraid I'm not in a position to tell you. The way it works is that you need to receive a written invitation from someone who's already a member of the group.
Oh. Okay. Rabid rat. Oh god. Disease spreader. This enemy will attack random targets, including its allies. Every one of its hits will disable healing for the next turn. Rat jam, rat jam, rat jam. Okay. Nice. Almost level 12.
Something moves at the edge
Oh,
of your
God.
sight. Something small and humanoid. With your weapon ready, you move deeper into the woods. Then you hear a squeaky voice coming from the darkness.
Quite unique you are.
A small, pale, and seemingly ancient woman emerges from the shadows. She looks at you with a mysterious smile and a keen gaze.
Nobody has come to see me in a long time.
Hey, you want a bouquet?
The one thing I certainly am is old.
Fucking old.
Perhaps as old as time itself. But it doesn't matter. Want some candy?
Her gesture clarifies that by candy, she means the small creature, vaguely resembling an octopus, which she clutches in her hand.
Yo, free candy? Thank her and eat the
I knew it. You're just like the others.
Boop.
That's a test for every creature I come across. He is my favorite being in all of creation. He doesn't talk much, but I'm fond of his presence. You shall certainly not eat him, but I feel that you'll be stuck in this place for a long time. You might learn some manners eventually.
What the fuck?
The woman hides her hands behind her back.
Now, I have something for you. Pick a hand.
Left. Hey. Neat. Phase shifter. When ethereal, it can't be killed, but you can reduce its barrier. The amount of barrier it is left with will be exchanged to XP on the next form. When living, it will be harder to damage. Gotcha. Okay. All right. Reputation. Nice. Do a trap. Okay. Okay. 3 hits. Got plenty of bearer. Okay. There we go. Forgot how annoying this music is. It's the same riff over and over again. Yeah, but I like the same riff. Blood Frenzy seems really good. Wait, Skullcracker. I'm gonna take Skullcracker. Duplicate every 5th attack card played. Whenever you play, take physical training. That means I now have to pay attention to my attacks.
You greet the former prisoner, but he still doesn't answer. He rattles his chains in a rhythm as if trying to communicate. You can't understand what these clattering sounds might mean.
Train? Fighting spirit. Boop. Hello, friends. I need to kill the rat first. Okay. Kill him. Create a barrier on her so I don't lose my health. Prep. Skullcracker. Bye. Oh, hey. Cracked Man. Every turn increased damage by 10%. Ooh. That seems pretty nice. I like that. Blood Altar.
These crystals were already here when the first men landed on the island, but they don't look like something made by the Four Dwellers either. Their origin doesn't matter much, as most of them had been damaged by bandits looking for valuables, or simply smashed by vandals who enjoyed the way they crumble into pieces. However, you can still sense a glimpse of faint power in this place. A power that calls for your blood.
I prayed. Pray for wealth. Pray for HP. Pray for max HP. Pray for candles. I'll pray for candles. I currently have none. And I prayed. I prayed every single day. I'm gonna take the candle from that one. Goody. Oh, I can't go back into the town once I leave. Understandable. Hello. Alright. When killed, this enemy will steal one of your cards. However, it will just disappear if there are no allies on the battlefield. Ah, so don't kill that. Got it. Immediately deal damage to it. Nice. Nice, good skull crack. Hi. Okay. Neat. Deals 6 hits for 33% damage to random enemies. Each hit reduces armor. Ooh. Crippling attack also sounds very good. Oh god.
As you walk carefully in the
My
children.
Barbarian.
You what? Turns out
Take it.
Why would I need a weird flute?
he plays it.
Kill him before he summons more rats. All right, so it's time to do this fight again. This fight destroyed us last time. So we're gonna stun him. That way he can't summon more rats. I'm gonna skull crack you. Okay. Finish him off. All right. Lost his turn. Do a small blessing. Oh my god. All right. Well, that's a lot of rat jam. That is a lot of rat jam. Okay. Nice. Mm-hmm. Okay. Fuck. Ow. Skullcracker? Nice. Bye.
After the combat, the man is nowhere to be seen.
All right. Corrupted tree. You need to destroy these trees in order to hurt Durenheim, Winterbane. However, the trees will spawn new enemies after being killed. In order to hurt this, you need to hit the trees. Pay attention to its intent and notice that it will become immune to stuns after losing even one of the trees. Okay. Just gonna buff. Okay. What's this? Just regular attacks. Oh, good. Okay. Okay. Well, that was easy. Ow. You hit really hard. Not a big fan of that. I should be able to finish you off. Possible lethal. Awkward. Should have used the Berserker potions. Alright. Draw 2 cards, gain 30 armor, reduce energy cost, 2 cards in hand, deal 1 hit for 400% damage, offer 10 HP. As long as you're only playing attack cards, gain 1 more energy each turn. Oh wow. Whenever your hit deals over 0 damage, heal for 3. What? It's huge. Sentinel. Deal 1 hit. Deal 1 hit. Gain 3 blocks. Offer 25 armor. The first hit in combat reduces target's armor. Enemies lose HP after each stun. Oh wow. Pathfinder.
Hey Bahroo, are Are you that type of player in RPGs that stores all potions cause you might need it later, only for the credits to roll and your inventory being bursting full of potions? Rude.
Shut up. Let's try Pathfinder. While using their ultimate ability, Pathfinders gain additional energy and draw bonus cards from their deck. The amount of cards and energy depend on the number of cards, number of collected charges. They charge their ultimate by playing stance cards. Passive skill. If you didn't receive any damage last turn, become focused. Sure. Let's try you out. Okay.
The blacksmith.
My runestones. Okay. Every 3 turns, you always deal maximum damage. Every 3 turns, all enemies deal minimum damage. Each card increases your damage. Each card played this turn increases your damage by 5%. Boop. Buy that one. Okay. All right, I'll leave. So let's see what we got here. Okay. Start combat with armor. Reduce their armor. All right, let's do it. Okay, we'll go to the right here. Light up one of our candles. So let's see what your skills are. Duplicate the next stance card played. Okay. %50 damage dealt. This effect stacks with itself each turn you do not. Oh. So the longer I don't take damage, the more damage I get. Interesting. Draw 1 card for every 3 ultimate charges. Gain 1 energy for every 6 ultimate charges. Point spent. Okay. All right. So this character likes to block. This character likes to block a lot. Stunning Shout seems very good for us since we want to... Stunning Shout seems very good since we don't want to take damage. Whenever you use your ultimate ability, draw 2 additional cards. If you have 12 ultimate charges, start each turn with more energy. Start every combat with 1 instance of focus. That one seems really good. Lots of energy is usually a very good thing. I'm gonna take the candle. Treasure Guardian. Oh my god, the rats. I'm probably gonna die here. Base damage. This enemy won't attack unless it's alone on the battlefield, but will make all of its allies stronger. Well, this is bad. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. That'll give me another stack of insight. Ow. The rat jam is jamming pretty hard right now, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Okay, insight. Now, more damage. Rat King dead. I lost a lot of health for that. Hot iron. Offer 10 HP. Ouch. No. That seems really bad. That seems really bad. I'll take Refreshing Breeze, though.
You found what when you filled.
Gain 2 damage or gain an armor slot? Guess I'll take an armor slot. I don't actually have a runestone. Let's go this way. Hello, candle maker.
The choking stench of tallow permeates. Inside the candlemaker's old house, you find a couple of weird candles. You grab them and leave as quickly as possible.
Nice. Plus 2 candles. All right. Nice. We'll stun him again. Okay. Beautiful. You can't hurt me. Oh, bye. All right. Because I have so much card draw, I keep just getting all of my, I'll take the candle. I just keep getting all my stuff back, which is kind of nice. Oh, this is a legendary encounter. No, I'm good. So is legendary encounter always my final fight of the zone? Warp Light Seeker. Legendary is always the boss. Gotcha. Oh, and I lose all of my focus if I take even a single point of damage. That kind of sucks. Block. Nice. Stun him. Gnawed foot. Escape from combat doesn't work during legendary or story encounters. Ew, that's disgusting. Draw 4 cards seems really good. Gain ultimate charge at the start of each turn. Every combat start with 4 ultimate charges. This one seems way better for snowballing. Starting with 4 charges on this character is really, really powerful.
It's good to meet you, traveler. There's something I'd like to ask you. Boop. If you have the time.
What do you need?
There's a Brock somewhere out there. It's a prison in which they're keeping my innocent friend.
Okay.
A man who trained me and taught me everything I know about combat.
All right.
Whenever I get close, there's some force which prevents me from entering it. So I'm unable to break my friend out. Maybe you'll have more luck. Could I ask you to help him out so he doesn't rot away in a cell?
Cool. In chains. Learn a new skill. Gain 1 block. Chain. Ooh, that seems good. Wait. Yeah, we'll take that one. Save and quit. Yes. I want to restart because it looks like there's a little bit of a memory leak. It looks like there's just a tiny memory leak. So I'm going to go ahead and restart real quick. Okay. Just a skosh of a memory leak. Hey chat, I want to thank you for watching so far. Y'all have been really nice and I appreciate that. I know I'm pretty laid back and chill right now and not really talking too much, so it means a lot that you're still watching. Even if I'm not being as entertaining. At least in my mind. Okay. Let's see what we got here. We'll block all their attacks. Nice. More damage. Okay, we only need 1 block here. I guess actually I could stun. There we go. Okay, we're gonna want 2 blocks here. Gain 5 armor. Block those 2 attacks. We now have 350% damage. Nice. Beautiful. 400% damage. Sentinel's weird. But I can also tell that this character is going to get a little annoying.
As you approach, you draw dozens while circling.
Nice. This character is going to get mildly annoying. I can tell you that right now. Because like if I take any damage, I lose all of my all of it. Okay. Pack of enemies seeking traveler. But yeah, this character becomes like stupidly strong the further in we get. I just drew way too many cards. just drew so many cards. Help. Okay. God, I hit so hard. Discard all cards in your hand and draw 3 cards. Nice. Hello.
It seems that your gift did indeed help this man to survive. But now the weird candle he got from you is almost extinguished.
You again! It's a sign! Gods have sent you to help me with my search. Please, can I have one more candle?
Maybe he's right. Maybe it's more than just a coincidence.
Sure.
Thank you. I hope we'll meet again.
He continues with his search.
Just one more weird candle, please, bro. Please, bro. Blow. Please, bro. One more candle, bro. Darn. Okay. Don't mind me. Nice. More damage. All right, we kill him next turn. All right. The small strikes get pretty pretty intense.
The shrine.
Ask for a
Priestess.
blessing.
She carefully counts the coins you gave her. Only then does she whisper a spell.
Nice. Goodbye. I will see you later. Slay the creature. Or stray creature. Not slay the creature. Well, this will be an easy combat. Because this guy literally doesn't attack. Alright, easy. Okay. Collecting more items to never use. Feels good. Alright. Let's come back over here and do this combat. Alright. So we'll start off with taking damage, it seems. Ow. Okay. Stun him. Small strikes. Small strikes again. Okay. Gain 3 blocks, offer 25 armor. Calm Breeze could actually be very powerful with our deck since we draw so much. Yes. It's so dark. Doot doot doot. It's so dark. Deet deet deet. I'm gonna go ahead and light up. Yeah. If not played, gain a barrier. I'd rather have the barrier, to be honest. We'll go ahead and draw a bunch of cards. We'll do that, and then we'll block again. We want to get our stacks up. There we go. You're gonna hit me 4 times. Okay, gonna hit me 4 times again. I'll stun you. I'm gonna lose all my damage. Nice. Calm Breeze. Okay, it's 2 blocks. I want to take you out first. That's way too many totems. That's way too many totems. Okay. You're gonna hit me for a whole lot. Let's block. Okay. We have enough blocks, right? Yeah, we do. Okay. Kill that one. We'll stun him. Finish him off. We'll insight. Oh, you can double insight. That's pretty cool. You can insight into an insight. Cool.
Good.
Alright, open the shop. What do we got here? I'm gonna take a mushroom and eat it. No one knows what it'll do. No one knows what this mushroom will do once you consume it. But it can do so many things. Oh, right, I do have a second armor slot, you're right. Okay, so they're hitting me 2 times, so I'm gonna want to... Calming Breeze. Push out. I will... do a small strike. Kill this guy first. Refreshing breeze, insight for the next turn. Getting hit 2 times, so we'll go ahead and block. We'll hit this guy. Small strikes again. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4 attacks this turn. So insight into a block into that. Okay, now we're getting hit 4 times. Let's go ahead and draw. Insight into a blockade. Small strikes. Okay. Unfortunately, I'm going to take damage here and lose my shit, which sucks. Oh, he negated all my attacks. What a cool guy. I have to give them a barrier. Okay. All right. Stun him. Actually, there we go. Get that onslaught going. Do a stunning shot. There we go. Marketplace.
You see a ruined market cart by the side of the road. A man is desperately trying to arrange his wares on whichever surface of the cart is flat enough to hold them. As you approach him, he immediately announces,
My lord, I'm sorry. That's all I can give you this week.
"Who does he take you for?"
Return the money.
The man looks confused, but who would argue with such a turn of events? He pockets the coins quickly.
Oh, I must have mistaken you for somebody else, kind sir.
He looks at you intently for a while.
But since you refused to take such a hefty sum, perhaps you'd be interested in helping me out. You see, I think I might have an idea on how to double, triple, or even quadruple my earnings. All I'd need is a tiny investment.
What's going on with this Ponzi scheme? Tell me.
I think I'd need around 5,000 coins to expand.
Before you have a chance to react, he waves his hand and continues.
No, don't worry. Doesn't have to be paid all at once. It can be an ongoing investment, but it's going to be worth it. I promise. How much would you like to invest?
I have no money. Okay, good to know. I'm too poor. Okay. So we have to give them barrier. It's fine. Alright. Dun 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 ding da dun ding da dun ding dun ding da dun ding da. This is the one we want to kill. There we go. What does using my ult even do? It gives me a lot of energy and cards. Gotcha. Okay. Bye.
There are old customs that protect the before you have a chance to ask.
Darn. I tried and asked for healing. I got attacked. Feels bad. All right. Insight, block. Small strikes. Okay. I'm okay with losing that. All right. +1. He's only going to attack me once. Okay. Nice. Okay. Later. Draw 1 card. Ask for
I'm
healing.
too far away from the altar to cast spells like that.
Take a healing potion, learn a secret spell. Learn a secret spell. I'll take healing potions. A famished prisoner. Oh god, these guys. Why? Ow, ow, ow. Okay. Block, block, block. Calm breeze. We have to hurt these guys at some point. I can't just sit here and block all day. Or can I? Okay. All right. Good. Okay. Keep blocking those. We'll stun them. Ow. Okay. We're gonna take Fist of Stone. If you finished your turn with at least 3 cards in your hand, gain 1 block. That seems pretty good. At the start of each combat, reduce the energy cost of the first stance card you play. That's pretty whatever. Delayed punishment also could be good. Yeah, we'll take delayed punishment. Since I play a shit ton of cards, we'll get a lot of value out of
looks
that.
at you with sad eyes. He is still unable to speak.
Train. Fighting Spirit's still amazing. Alright, we already went to you. Alright. Alright, well, let's go fight this boss. Alright. And to not put the rune in my body. Renegade Protector. This enemy casts barriers and redirects damage from the whole group. Vran the Sullen. This enemy casts powerful buffs to inspire his allies and deals a heavy attack whenever his companions die. Renegade Cutthroat. This enemy is the main damage dealer of the group. This weak bitch. Stun him. If I don't play this, I get 40 barrier, which will be huge for me. That's a lot of damage. Okay. Okay. This is gonna be a long fight. That's okay. My damage is only going up.
Actually, the third guy. You like to run around in pure love builds risk giggle.
More damage. Nice. Good hit, brother. Okay. Sick. No, my damage. And it's still here. That's a big hit. I don't like that hit. There we go. I'm gonna get hit 4 times. All right. Okay. Yes, I can't be hurt. I'm immortal. Okay. Not immortal. Not immortal. Oh, wait. 300 damage attack. Immortal. Nice. +1 candle.
This feels like an echo of something that happened before. Like then, you're left with the sensation of a strange power growing within you.
Power calculation, probably. We're just playing a shit ton of cards. So. More cards, more better. There we go. No RimWorld? Question mark? No, because I don't feel like I don't feel very up to it right now. Buy runes.
Boop.
I can't upgrade you at all. Goodbye. No. Let's see. Deal 1 hit for 100% damage. Lose 10 HP if the target wasn't killed. Upgrade. Kill 6 or more enemies with this card to turn into the Sword of Envy, which deals 500% damage, but you offer up health. Let's see. Offer 3 energy. Next turn, draw 1 more card. Upgrade. Offer 12 energy or more with this card to turn it into Slothful Impulse, which gives me 2 energy. Let's see. Deal 1 hit for 100% damage, lose 10 armor until the end of combat. Duplicate this card to turn it into the Wrathful Blade, which does puts 2 copies in your grave. Oh god. Probably take Sloth here. It's gonna be the easiest one. I rest. I leave. Hello. Oh, hey. Increase the chance of items as rewards. Cool. Weird tainted meat. No. I am not going to buy weird tainted meat. No weird meat, please. No weird meat, please. Please and thank you. Oh, hey, candlemaker.
The candlemaker points to a greasy, thick curtain shrouding the deeper parts of the house.
That's where the secret part of the process takes place. Do not go in there. Understand? Never. Under any circumstances.
Map-related upgrades. Increases the healing power of milestones. Increases the damage bonus available at milestones. Reveal all NPCs on the map. Reveal all locations on the map.
Good. Thank you. And I promise we'll both benefit from this.
Cool. Increase number of wheeled cannons after you get up to each boss. Okay. Talk. Why can't I enter the other room?
Because the process is complicated. And weird candles are fragile. A whole batch can be ruined in the blink of an eye. I don't want anyone, and I mean anyone, wandering around in that room.
How do you make your candles?
I know where you're going with this question. You think I use human remains to make my candles? Bollocks.
He steps towards you, arms wide open.
Don't know who told you such ridiculous things. But next time, I promise I'll...
After some abundant cursing, he sighs and calms down.
To make a candle, you need fat. And a few other things you just don't need to know about. But mostly it's fat. Now, tell me, when did you last see a well-nourished human? These hands are the only human component I need. My hands and my skill.
Boop.
It's enough to use one's brain for a second to understand this.
The vein in your head is bothering me.
I might as well tell you a bit. The other room is full of things that no sane human should witness. Remains of weird spawn aren't a pretty sight, let me tell you. But there's enough fat in them for decent candles. Also, their blood is contaminated by... well, you'd have to ask the druids about that. Thank you for working for the greater good and our mutual benefit. This proves to me that you deserve to hear things that others simply wouldn't understand. The name's Luke. And I'm really glad to be here. I led a peaceful life making candles for hunters and regular townsfolk.
Sir.
Never charged much, never had any complaints. That is, until the mayor realized that he was helpless against the threat of the weirdness. My craft, however, made me indispensable, so he made me disposable. He turned the villagers against me. All it took was a rumor that the candles are made out of those who went missing in the weirdness. And that was enough for the mob to come baying at my door.
What happened?
Luckily enough, a group of performers came by, and they let me leave with them. They realized that my ability to make weird candles would be very useful on the road. But you know where you found me. In a ruined house, deep in the woods. How do you think I wound up there? Stories tend to repeat themselves. And so the man who helped me out soon noticed that I'd become irreplaceable. So, just like the mayor, he cast me away. Well, this might sound a bit paranoid, but bear with me.
I'm gonna go use the restroom while
When
you
I was
continue to
living in
yap
the
about your
forest,
life.
I saw a face lurking within the weirdness. It was the face of the man who told me to leave the performers. It's as if he was coming to haunt me. I know I can't be sure, but I feel that he's out there. And if he is, the only thing he deserves is death.
He hands you an amulet, explaining that, for reasons unknown, it used to glow with a faint light whenever the creature got near.
If you ever come across this spiteful weird spawn, please, greet him from me. I never got the courage to do it myself.
Cool. What did he want me to do, chat? Give me the TLDR. I went to go use the restroom. Kill a bad dude. Got it. Give me your candle. Treasure Guardian. This enemy will negate every hit under a certain threshold. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage. Yeah, did you draw enough cards there, buddy? Nice. Not bad. Sidestep, gain 50 armor for 2 turns. If used when under 30. Increases the card's duration by 1. Counter. Sounds very nice. Since we're all about just being tanky as fuck, counter seems really good.
You found what when you filled
Armor? Armor. Increase my armor by 10. Heal. Yeah. Now we have 20 armor, which isn't too bad. Another All-Mother Shrine. He did it! I did. Rat Jam. We'll draw this later. There we go. Stun everybody. Okay. Okay, so they're gonna hit twice. Okay. If not played, gain armor. I like that. If not played, gain armor. Okay. Fist of Stone. Let's go ahead and draw some more cards. Nice. Small strikes. Oh, she's immune to stun. I'm dumb. I took damage for no reason. I like taking damage for no reason. Makes me feel good.
the shrine.
I'm gonna rob the shrine.
Force the priestess to comply with your will. She begins to speak.
Uh-oh.
Her incomprehensible words sound like slime dripping through dried reeds. As you struggle to understand her, she disappears into the weirdness.
I'm rich, though. I am, in fact, rich.
You notice a man hiding behind the bushes by the road. He's dressed like a nobleman's squire, but his armor is crushed and dented in many places.
Uh-oh.
Rage and despair battle in his bloodshot eyes as he fixes his gaze upon you. As you get closer, he shrieks.
You cannot have them. Hear me, stranger! I won't give them to you!
Immediately,
I want them.
Your eyes are drawn to a pouch full of valuables lying behind him. He shouts something at you while sidling backwards. He's clearly trying not to let you slip out of his sight.
Leave me alone!
I steal his valuables. Enemy intends to summon an ally. This enemy deals 1 hit for 5 damage to everyone in combat when destroyed. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So chain reaction. Very bad. Stun him again. Where's my stun at? There we go. Bye.
His body collapses and stones scatter all over the road like pebbles. Regular, useless stones. Ones you could find anywhere.
He had just a batch of...
Why would this man carry a bag of stones around with him? And why would he protect this bag of stones with his life?
I don't know. Hello, sir. Would you like to do what they call combat? Blood Carver. Only attack if there's a thing on the field. Each hit received by the enemy will make it deal one more hit in the next attack. Okay. So we need to kill the rat first. As always, rat jam. But we're going to stun everybody to start. We're going to attack, and we're going to insight for the next round. Okay. Only the rats attacking. Go ahead and reduce all of their armor. We have potential lethal there, actually, on the rat. Nice. And we can go ahead and use sloth. Okay. All healing is disabled, but joke's on you. I already can't heal. We'll stun this guy. And we'll do an insight, a refresh, a calm breeze, another block to get my ult going. We'll go ahead and destroy this, and then we'll go in on you. I'm just gonna summon another blood shard. But if I destroy that blood shard, then he can't attack. So now he has to do something else. Okay. We'll insight for the next attack. He's gonna hit me 3 times, but we're gonna stun him instead. Actually, I have insight up right now. We'll do 2 calm breezes. So we'll stun him. I'll insight. I guess we can just stun everybody. Okay. Sure. We'll reduce their damage. I need to go ahead and draw here. Small strikes. Fist of stone. See, who needs healing? Healing is a crutch. Deep breath. Increase your armor by 25. Whenever you fight a single enemy, gain +1 energy at the start of each turn. That would be good for bosses. Draw 1 additional card after every 4th card play. More card draw is good. Okay. More card draw is amazing. Shimmering Light. Host of Evil. I don't know what a Shimmering Light is. Ah, this guy. So this guy's gonna die over and over again. So we'll start off with a thing there. Oh, he can't be stunned, right? Alright, we'll block. Let's do regular strikes, I guess. Okay. Okay, I need to block 4 attacks here. Now we need to block 2 attacks. Just gonna can easily be done with counter. We'll do an insight, a refreshing breeze. If I don't play this card, I get 10 armor. We'll go ahead and block some more. I'll do an onslaught on this guy, start damaging him. So the way that blocks work in this game is that they block a single hit. Doesn't matter how much that hit is for. It can be 1 to 1,000. It blocks it. So take a deep breath here. Gain 1 block. And we'll insight for the next round. I have 4 stacks of focus, so we should be able to kill this guy. Yeah. So he's dead. We go ahead and blockade as well. Nice. Small strikes. Draw. Onslaught. There we go. Finish him off. Level 10. Oh wait, no, level 9. We're getting to level 10. We don't want protection from evil. Whirlwind sounds nice. I don't have any cleave, so I would actually like some form of cleave. Let's see what shimmering light does.
There's an old saying, all that glitters is cold. Even still, when you notice a pale shivering light between the trees at the edge of the weirdness, you feel beckoned to follow the light deeper into the forest.
Follow the light.
The steps become slow and labored as weakness spreads throughout your body. Logic tells you there's nothing to be found in these woods, but you continue out of, what, greed? Curiosity? Was that old saying about curiosity and a cat?
Follow the light.
As you walk deeper into the woods, the darkness grows ever more impenetrable, and the light fades to shadow. The thorns of weirdness twisted trees carve sigils into your flesh.
Follow the light. Follow the light. Follow the light.
You can still see the light, yet the distance between you and it never seems to close. There's no telling whether it's real or a figment of your imagination. Strange and twisted growths complicate your journey further. They crowd the path and taint the air, making it difficult to breathe.
Follow the light. 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 Follow the light.
Leaves rustle, twigs snap, and suddenly a mysterious creature emerges. Your heart skips. A dazzling light, the very same glow you've been following, shines from a cavity in the creature's chest.
You know what would have been hilarious?
The creature raises its hand and extends a wicked claw in your direction.
I wouldn't even, dude. I wouldn't even be mad if this was actually just a noob trap and the light literally does nothing. It just sends you on a fucking journey and you will never survive it. That'd be hilarious.
You hear a whisper mixed with faint, mocking laughter.
Coward.
The creature disappears into the weirdness.
I was supposed to fight him. I lost all that health for nothing. Alright, well next time I know. Attack. Alright. Alright. Bye. That was easy.
Good day, Trevor.
What you got for me? Every attack has 25% chance to deal... No. Ooh, that seems really good. We'll take that. I'll take those Berserker potions too. And I'm actually going to use them this time. I think. All right. So can I use these potions out of combat? No. No, I can't. Good talk. Okay, we're gonna want the Spirit Bender dead first. You can redirect whirlwinds? Excuse me? I didn't know you could do that. Oh, this is bad. No one knows what'll happen if I eat this. Ow.
Please take good care of your voice, Bahroo. Much love.
Bye. No one knows what will happen if you eat this. Eats it, dies. Okay. More cards. More abilities. Okay. Start over. Start with a random consumable. Start with 2 more candles. The mushroom does random things and can also instantly kill you. Nice. Okay. Base HP 60. Focuses on shooting as many arrows as they can. Whenever you play an arrow, your phantom will attack the same target. Alright. So this character is all about rapid fire. Let's try it. Okay.
The blacksmith.
Alright, let's buy some runes. Every turn, everyone increases everyone's damage. Increases everyone's armor. I'll buy that one. I'll buy the max HP increase. Leave. Alright. Runestones. Max health increase. We'll do that. Good. I have 7 candles. Healing and upgrades. I shall rest for a time. Goodbye, friend. Let's come over here to the candle maker.
Can't buff anything. There we go. Leave. All right. Let's see what the Sentinel's all about. What you got for me? Arrow bag draws two arrows. Draw the shadow shot a bit. Wait, draw the shadow shot card. Okay. Shot. Gain 10 armor this turn. Gain barrier equal to 100% of your armor. Multi-shot. Shot. Shot. Okay. Shadow shot. Shot, 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 shot. Good. Draw 0 weird shots and gain 0 barrier. 1 weak shot and 10 barrier for every 2 ult charges. Ooh. Allows you to offer your energy and or ultimate charges to draw more arrow cards. Gain 1 energy. Bola shot. Deal damage and stun the enemy.
We little John here. Shots, 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 shots.
Drawing an additional arrow increases your armor by 5. Drawing an additional arrow grants you 5% damage. Every turn, draw 1 additional arrow. I think I'll draw an additional arrow. That seems really good. Okay. So we'll do a feint there. Do a Phantom's Aid. Let me go for this guy. Okay. Feint. Feint again. Alright. Gain barrier equal to 150% of your current armor. Neat. Smoke shot. This character's weird. This character's very weird. I probably should have done that first. It's okay. What have I done? Okay. Why can't I cast this? Oh, I don't have any arrow or spirit cards in hand. There we go. So many shots. This character is confusing currently. We'll lower its damage. We'll do an arrow bag. I'll faint. Okay. Place redirect effect on a chosen enemy this turn. Damage dealt to target allies will be transferred to the target. Draw 2 toxic shots. Sharp shot.
Boop.
Corrosive weaponry seems good.
The shrine.
Uh.
You feel a strange power rising around you. Is that a faint glow over the altar? Or is it just a trick of the light?
Additional legendary card at the altar.
The priestess gazes at you with a blank stare. You realize that, despite her phantasmal appearance, the payment for her services must be very real indeed.
Darn, I don't have any money. I'm not gonna rob you this time. I've learned my lesson. Kind of. Okay. So we'll faint here. Play an arrow or spirit arrow to get charges. Okay. This costs 3 charges of my ult. Okay. 7 to 10. Arrow bag. We'll do a Phantom's Aid. Lower your armor. You know what? Let's do a hold. Should actually hold bow. Do an arrow bag. Easy. Okay. Training grounds.
Come, train if you feel like it. These may be mere illusions, but they hit and kill. Just like the real versions.
The knight refused. He's hungry.
You tell the druid that the knight doesn't intend to go anywhere because he's hungry. The druid sighs, and there's a palpable sadness to this sigh.
I could have expected that. Well, I tried everything. Nothing helped. I wish there was something I could do about it.
Tell me
when
why.
you see him, you're not looking at a knight cursed by the weirdness. Nothing like that. What you see is a poor child, cursed by the sins of his father. He's the son of a warrior who came to Avalon to serve Arthur's cause. In truth, he came here to serve his own cause, to drown his insatiable bloodlust. War breeds such people. Or perhaps, I should say, war gives them an environment in which they can become their true selves. This man, this horrible man, had a son. He always took him to battle and treated him like a lucky charm. Then, after every victory, the child was spoiled with whatever it wanted. At first, it was treats and trinkets. Then the son started to watch his father and to learn from his father. Soon, there was no innocence left in this child at all. Instead, only gluttony and lust for all things morbid, and nobody dared to disobey. And then, the weirdness came. Its ways, sometimes they are poetic, sometimes quite literal. It mistook the child's need for fatherly attention for gluttony.
That's why he was surprised when I refused to be
Yes,
eaten.
you're probably among the first to ever dismiss his wish. But since even this didn't work, I'm out of options. I have no idea how to convince him to come here, where I can at least keep trying to help him.
I'll ask around and find a
Thank you.
solution.
I hope you'll come up with something. The child doesn't deserve this.
Hit me with all you got. Juggernaut. If all hits miss the enemy, it will deal 2x more hits in the next turn. Otherwise, it will deal 2 less hits next turn. Its damage will increase with every % of health lost. Oh, good. Good. That's gonna hurt. Okay. Nice. Ah, yes. 2 times 17 times 22. Good. Yes. Yes, good. Yes. And I drew no defensive abilities at all. Good. Hmm. Okay. Not bad. Ah, yes, more mushrooms. More mushrooms. Stun an enemy and reduce timer by 10 until the end of combat. Draw 2 arrows from the grave. Deal 1 hit for 200% damage. Damn. Maneuver. A card that has many states. It flips to another state after being played. Okay. Reduce the damage of all enemies. Okay. I'll take it. Increase minimum damage by 3. Increase phantom's damage by 10%. The first turn of combat gains 75 armor. Increase my minimum damage by 3.
As the monster disappears in a cloud of smoke, you realize that all of the warriors present have gathered around the arena. You hear them clapping and whistling in awe.
Congratulations. Here's the promised reward.
Polished Hagel. Cool. Let's take a look at that. Runestones. Provide 0% damage, 5% weapon damage for every enemy killed while equipped. Max 100% damage. Wow. Provide 0 armor, plus 2 armor for every enemy killed. Max 40 armor.
Boop.
Base armor would be huge for me right now. Since literally all of my abilities scale off my armor. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, so chat. I did not tell you, but we do have a sponsored stream. We do have a sponsored stream today. However, this one will be different. This one will be a little bit different, as we will continue to be playing this game while we do the sponsored segment. The sponsored segment will be for 2 hours. But I will be continuing to play this game. This game is not the sponsored game. Just as a heads up. Yes. It'll be a little bit different. I am not sponsored by this game. This game is not sponsored. This game is not sponsoring to me. And, in fact, it's not even a game that is, it's not even a game that is sponsoring me. This is probably one of the easiest sponsors I've ever been given. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is one of the easiest sponsors because it's very easy to talk about. Because I literally use it. And so, let us get into our let us get into our sponsored segment for today. Yes. The next 2 hours will be sponsored by HelloFresh, a meal service that sends you basically everything you need in order to cook a meal for people who are far too lazy to go out and buy the necessary stuff or don't want to bother with trying to figure out how much of one thing a certain recipe needs. It's for lazy people like me. I literally use it. Yes. Yes. So, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be moving on and looking at the different menu options that you have available. Yes. 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 Now I need to go ahead and put a quick panel. I need to put a quick panel down below my stream. Because I didn't want to do it until I was actually going to start the stream. Okay. Done. Hyperlink. All right. Good. Submit. Perfect. Gross. Tell me. Do you hate cooking? Then I would see why. But this is for people who want to cook. Doot. All right. I'll do this. Perfect. We'll move that down. Perfect. Perfect. Perfection. Move this down to here so that way it's not actually blocking anything. And then we'll add me. Hi. Hi. Oh. Perfect. So now we're going to go ahead and take a quick we're going to go ahead and take a quick little peek. We're going to take a quick little root peek at the different recipes. At the different recipes that you can get on HelloFresh. And if you use my code, you'll be able to get 14 meals free. Nodders. Nodders. Show me, streamer. Let us away. Add. Display capture. Add existing. Badoom. We're gonna move that down. Hello. Hi. But these are the kind of meals that you can expect. And if you actually click on them. Click on them. Click on them. Click on them. Is it because I went incognito? 1 second. Help. I can't click on them. Yeah. That's weird. It's not actually letting me click on them. 1 second. I'm doing a thing to make sure I don't accidentally show something. Did I crash the site? No. Perfect. That's much better. Looking at the recipe section. Perfect. So you can actually see what you're going to be getting. Such as like a 12-ounce sirloin steak, Yukon Gold potatoes. It gives you the amount of sour cream, the beef stock concentrate. Certain things will not be included in your delivery. Salt and pepper. So you'll actually know that like what you actually need to have yourself. They'll have shallots, black peppercorns, kale. Don't eat the kale. Kale tastes you. Don't eat any of your veggies. Veggies are awful. Eat entirely nothing but potatoes and meat forever. Kale-less poggers? Y'all are weird. Y'all are weird. Yes. But yeah, if you click through the meals, you'll be able to see what you get in each one of these, and you're going to be able to actually find the ones that you actually like. And then if you come through here, you can see what they have on offer. You can see what they have on offer for currently December 4 through 10. The mozzarella herb chicken, 1-pan pork fajita lettuce wraps, sweet heat shrimp tempura. I can't do seafood. I literally cannot do. I cannot do seafood, period. Pub style shepherd's pie. I'll also give you an idea of like how long each of these are going to take to prepare. I can tell you right now, if a dumbass panda like me can use this service, so can you. I am able to actually cook these meals myself. Does the burger come with jelly? Hold on. Okay, listen. Only my burgers come with jelly, chat. Only my burgers come with jelly. Barbecue pineapple flatbread. Barbecue ribs. And cheesy buffalo mac and cheese. Yes. So when are you going to cook one? I'll cook one on stream. I'll do it. I can totally do it. I just have to get a streaming setup in my kitchen, which would be difficult. But I could do it just to show you guys that even a dumb panda can cook. Yes. Do a combo stream with OG and Bunny. That could potentially be very fun. Mozzarella melts. That looks tasty. Barbecue turkey sloppy joes. Now I'm just hungry. Now I'm just hungry. But those are the different meals that you can find. They also have, actually, if you click up to the top, you can see what they also have for future dates as well. So I implore you to look through and see what you like. Maybe try it out, or don't. I can't control you. But now, we're going to be continuing to play the game that we were already playing. But now, we are sponsored. Nodders. Now we're sponsored to do the thing that we were already doing. Nodders. Thank you, HelloFresh, for sponsoring this segment of the stream. All right. So let's see here. Probably want to go after this guy first. We'll stun you. Ow. Shots. 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 Smoke arrow him. Yes. Beautiful. Sin, thanks for gifting 5 subs. Appreciate that. All right. Go ahead and hold bow. We'll pebble throw. Shoot him. Okay. Shots. Shots. More shots. He healed himself. Perfect. Gift miss is hidden. They should still be there. I'm not able to have any of my regular alerts. Hold on. Browser, yes. There. It's still there. It's still tracking. Or Goog. There. Increased damage by 2. That seems good. I'll take that. I'll move myself so you can see my energy.
There are old customs.
Has to be healed. Get attacked almost every time, dude. Multi-shot. Random enemies for 50% damage. Wow. That's really good. Go ahead and step it up. Don't like you. Go ahead and shoot that guy. I'll go ahead and feint. We'll go for you first. Nice. All right. Go ahead and do a bow draw. All right. You healed the abomination. It's cheating. It's okay though. Uh-huh. Nice. I like this permanent armor that we're getting. Nice. Multi-shot all enemies for 50% damage. Gain 50 armor this turn. Deal 1 hit for 100% damage. Gain 25% damage for the next 2 turns. Oh. I'll take field attack. Field attack seems really nice.
I'm too far.
Take the healing potions. We'll be good to go. Mysterious Witch. Okay, so we gotta go for this guy first. Do a defensive feint. Remember to do this attack first. Nice. Okay, go ahead and freeze that guy. Nice. All right, I'll feint. Do a quick field attack. Reduce everybody's armor. Do an unbreakable feint. Okay. Better field attack this time. Smoke arrow you. Kill you. Alright, I'll go ahead and feint. Arrow, arrow, corrosive weaponry. Probably should have done these first. I gotta remember to reduce armor first. Thankfully it didn't matter there, but I need to remember. Have I played Summoner yet? I have not. Mysterious
Woman
Witch.
inspects you carefully, her old, tired eyes contradicting her youthful face.
Do you know me? Have you shaped me out of the weirdness, or have I just created you?
She carries all the equipment you'd expect of a traveling witch, but she speaks in a soft, courtly manner. She also seems to know more about weirdness than you do, and traverses it without a weird candle.
Chat, I have a quick sponsored post going through. I have a quick sponsored post. What I would like you to do is go like it. Thank you. appreciate it. Or don't. I can't control you. I have this
You
bouquet
show
here.
her the bouquet you received from the florist, but the only response you get back is a blank stare.
Darn. Who are you?
I was traveling from the colony to Mangrove Huddle when the storm of weirdness overtook me. I wandered among ghosts and echoes until my feet were sore, until I found you.
Colony? Mangrove Huddle? You've never heard of such places.
I'm growing more and more certain you're not real. Can you pinch yourself? Do you feel pain?
No. Ask her to join
She
the village.
listens to your invitation with patient condescension.
You say you have a menhir. How silly. You can own an item or a piece of rock, but not a being of Weirdstone. I have a better idea. I'll invite you to my village. But first, I'll need proof that you're real.
What do you mean?
I know there is a man out there, wandering with a fading candle. He's desperate for light, yet he doesn't know that there is no light that could guide him back home. First, find him, and help him realize this simple truth. And then, when he's broken, guide him to his real destination.
She starts rummaging for something in her possessions.
Oh, and take this. It might come in handy. Maybe. Someday.
One empty bottle.
What could it be that you think you need? I have to warn you that nothing is free here.
Forget. Remove up to 5 cards. Get a random stat boost. I need weird candles. I need to forget.
Sometimes the best way to add something is to remove something. I can.
I have no. Oh, that removed my max. Oh no. Oh no. I didn't think that was. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Fuck. Well, I didn't mean to do that. I'm dead. Smile. I'm dead. Smile.
The shrine. The priestess.
All right. I mean, I may as well go rob the shrine. Not like I can heal myself anyway. Okay. Okay. All right. Nice. Increase damage by 2. Yeah, I want that. Alright. I'm so very dead. I'm gonna look for candles. I got 2 candles yet.
You hear music, joyful melodies at that. They sound weirdly inappropriate, drifting through the inscrutable darkness. Then, the source of the sound appears.
Oh, a traveler. Come on, sing with me.
There are many instruments around, all made from materials at hand. Most have been crafted from sticks and bushes, but you can also see some monstrous body parts here and there.
Singing is the only thing that will get us through these strange times, don't you agree?
Yeah.
Sing with me.
We could sing, brother. Sure, whatever.
You're not all that bright, are you? My music once filled the halls of... Wait, what was the name of that king? You know, the tall one. Arthur? Yes, grumpy one, didn't like jokes, but he paid well.
He starts to dance again, clapping on his belly like a drum.
Speaking of...
I know all about belly
Master
drumming.
Stranger, do you have any coins to spare? If you do, I might teach you a song or two.
And just like that, all my viewers are now disgusted. Duplicate the next card played. Increase damage by 100% this turn. Heal 10 HP. Boy, this sure would have been nice if I had maximum health. I guess I'm going to, Oh Valley of Plenty. Actually, we're going to take Song of... no. Song of Plenty. Okay. Start off with Phantom's Aid. Reduce that guy's armor. There we go. Okay. All right, we gained 40 barrier. There we go. Perfect. Cracked Ethel. All right. Toss a coin to your panda. Oh, Treasure Guardian.
As the flickering light.
Nice. Okay, so we're gonna faint. Okay. Faint again. Phantom's Aid. Okay, we block. He's gonna attack all of his friends now. Draw 2 toxic shots first. Draw 2 regular arrows. Nice. Gain 25 armor and 25% damage for 2 turns. Ascend. Every time you play it, raise the cost of this card by 1. This card stays in your hand after it was played. It can be played a limited amount of times in a single turn. Oh. Returning shot. Deal 1 hit for 0% damage. Damage increased by 50% for each card played when this card is in your hand. What's the second side of Ambition? All enemies lose armor and damage for 2 turns. I like Ambition. That sounds really nice. After playing an arrow, gain 5 armor this turn. Each hit has a 10% chance to reduce the enemy's armor by 5, or just getting more armor. More armor.
You found what was when you filled your...
I would like more maximum HP, please, because I currently have none. Hello. I have a lot of armor. Actually, really nice. Ambition. Let's do a Song of Plenty. Phantom's Aid. Let's lower this guy's armor. Do a Corrosive now. Nice. You heal nothing. Take a feint here. Shot. Phantom's Aid. Arrow bag. Dead. Very nice. Gnawed foot. It's not a bad item to have, especially if I'm in a really shit situation.
The local hunters call this ancient skull.
I'm gonna sleep and hopefully be sent on a great hunt. Okay. Everybody loses armor and damage. We'll do a feint. I'll do a phantom shot. We want this thing dead first. Because these guys do basically no damage. They can easily be taken out. Does Song of Plenty summon even more arrows? No, it does not. We'll feint. Okay. Smoke shot this guy. Why not? All right. We have a bunch of scabs in our... This guy is really... I don't really like this enemy. We have to cycle through our deck and get these red deaths out of our deck here. Okay. There we go. Now we got them all out. Now we feint. Okay. Perfect. Hey, another potion. We can use those. Forget 2 skills or restore health. I'll forget 2 skills. Let's see. The weird fiber shots is actually not that great for us right now. And the arrow bags. Okay, so there's the boss. Let's head over here. Hey, it's the investment guy. It's time to make an investment. We'll let that go through. So we'll do a field attack here. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. I have a lot of Red Death in my deck right now. Okay. All right. Now it's time for us to get our things out of our deck here. Okay. Don't play anything in game barrier. Actually, can I feint the damage I take from this? Or does it always hit the HP first? Okay, it always hits the HP first. We know that for the future now.
You hear someone screaming
Cursed healer.
nearby.
Oh.
Godless healing. Godless healing.
Oh, God.
Intrigued,
Help.
you approach the source of the sound. It turns out to be a joyful man advertising his merchandise to the nearest trees.
Who said you need an all-mother or a stag father to have a blessing of health? Let's not dwell on them anymore. It's all about potions and elixirs and other trinkets infused with proper...
His monologue goes on. You can see tiny horns growing from his skull.
Okay.
His mind clearly isn't quite right either. Maybe disrespecting the gods wasn't such a great idea after all.
Nah. I'll buy another potion. A healing tincture. Thank you. Thank you for your hef. So I got 3 more combats here that we can go do. All right. Just a basic guy? This'll be easy. Do a Song of Plenty. Okay, bye. All right. Near, 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 near. Oh, arrows of plenty. Song of Plenty, Phantom's Aid. Let's take the big guy out first. Okay. Do a shot on you. We'll feint. That did not do nearly as much damage as I thought it was going to do. I'm going to be honest. All right, shoot him. My feints are so strong now. Bye-bye. Silence.
You cannot see Silence anywhere nearby. However, you do spot something sparkling in the grass near the water.
Oh, cool. Legendary encounter. Let's do this. So every turn increases its damage and occasionally insert special cards into your deck. This boss will spawn a new enemy after being stunned or after suffering multiple hits. We definitely don't want to do Tainted Force then. So we'll do Unbreakable Maneuver. Okay. Those all stun. We don't want to do that. All right, that's my turn. Okay, let's see what we got here. We still have 40 barrier. Uses all arrow and spirit cards in hands. Modify their damage by the shown percent. If empty, they deal 100% damage. Okay. That's a lot of hits. Okay, ambition and feint. Let's keep hitting him. They don't do enough damage yet to really bother me. Corrosive weaponry, definitely. Feint. Toxic shots. Toxic shots again. Increases damage taken. Anti-made. Shadow shot. Gamba. We'll stun that one. Okay. All enemies lose 25% armor and damage. Nice. That makes them pretty weak this turn. Actually, that makes them very weak for quite a bit. I could honestly tank all this damage. Do a Phantom's Aid here. Let's start getting these guys out of the way. Okay. Seize the opportunity. All right. Take a little damage there. Can heal up. We feint this. Do a corrosive. 2 toxic shots go onto him. Do a regular shot on this guy. Nice. Seize the opportunity. Lowers damage a little, lowers armor a little bit more. Hell yeah. Okay. We barrier all those attacks. We'll feint again. Ambition. Should have ambition first, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, more toxic shots. Keep lowering this guy's armor. Looks like 500 is the maximum. Yeah. Later. That was an easy fight. Deal 3 hits for 75% damage to random enemies. Deals 75% damage in Pierce. Ignores armor above 0. Hidden potential. Gain 1 armor. Lose 50 armor this turn. Ah. Not really what I want on the flip. Hidden potential into exhaustion? No. I'd take Blind Fury.
This feels like an echo of something that happened before.
We'll take a special passive. At the start of every turn, gain 25% damage for the next hit. Draw 2 cards for the first turn of combat. If you play 2 or less cards, probably take initial advantage. A little extra damage each turn's nice. Alright.
The
Hello.
blacksmith.
I'd like to buy some more runestones, if you wouldn't mind. Okay. I buy all the runestones because I need to merge in order to upgrade. Healing and upgrades. Can't rest. I shall leave you be. Alright. Let's go to the candle maker. Buy and improve. I'll go ahead and buy another candle. And I'll improve the armor boost. Alright, see you later. Alright. I believe that is our legendary encounter. Yep.
As the flicker.
There we go. See what we got here. Oh, this is a big boy encounter. Okay. We'll start with Blind Fury. We'll reduce his armor. Blood Shard. Okay, we'll do a Dominance. Unbreakable. Nice. That one's dead. Stun that guy. Okay. More shadow shots onto you. All right. That works. Take 2 damage here. Actually, wait, we can destroy that and now you can't fire. Perfect. Did you put enough distractions in my thing? Okay. All right. Arrow bag. Bye. Blind Fury. but I'm actually not blind. Actually, I like casting my ult. It's funny. All right. Shot, smoke shot. Okay, we need to kill the rats. Oh, wait, no, we can't kill the rats. We got to kill this guy. Oh, God. All right, so we're going to go ahead and faint. We'll do Phantom Aid. Now for corrosive. Ow. So he healed for quite a bit. We'll do plenty. Nice. Not sure why I thought. Oh wait, the rats aren't dead. For some reason, I thought the rats were just going to die off and not come back. That was a different fight. Bye. Level 9. Yes, very good. Multi-shot random enemies for 0%. Damage increased by 10% for each arrow in hand. Cover shot seems nice. I'll take cover shot. Each hit has a 10% chance to deal 50% more damage. At the start of combat, start every combat with 2 ult charges. At the start of each turn, gain 3% damage until the end of combat. I'll take calibration for boss fights.
You see a glade that was once a battlefield.
Yes.
Whitened bones and rusted shards of armor litter the ground, creating a peculiar mosaic. Suddenly you hear a woman's voice. Her patter is full of longing and hope, yet she seems to be talking to something she's just picked up from the ground.
Is that you? You're so beautiful. No, it's not you.
I'm not beautiful?
Busy with whatever she's doing, she doesn't even notice your presence.
Come closer. I have HelloFresh meals.
The moment you move towards her, she emits a horrible shriek.
She doesn't like my
Don't come
cooking.
any closer. And don't look at me, stranger. Don't you dare look at me.
And finally you see her. The crooked silhouette of an old woman clad in herbalist robes. Just a second later, she bursts into tears.
Ah. I faced beasts from the weirdness and you're not even close.
Her sobbing grows louder.
Guess how old I am.
20.
A sweet liar you are, traveler. I know how I look. And I look much, much older than that. But I appreciate the lie.
Trust increased. What are you doing
I'm
here?
trying to find a runestone that I lost. It was a gift. You know it's bad luck to lose a gift.
Is it?
And in the meantime, I'm doing what I've always done. Scavenging. Although a couple of years ago, I might have tried to find a prettier word to describe looting battlefields.
She looks at you with a hopeful stare.
Any chance you'd share your runestones with me, traveler?
Sure. Polished haggle. Yeah, no, I'm not giving you that one.
It's not the one I'm looking for, but I'll keep it. Here, choose something you need as an exchange.
Warding lore. I like that one. Exchange. You need this one?
It's not...
Exchange runestones. You want this one?
It's not the one I'm looking for. It's
It's not the one I'm looking for.
it's
Maybe the stag father's charm. Maybe the stag father will help, or maybe you'll just die. I like that. Goodbye. This could help you, or it could kill you. I wonder which one it'll be. Okay, so this guy reanimates multiple times. Oh, okay. Well, we're just gonna do that. Nice. Okay. Hit me for 3, I don't even care. Phantom's Aid. It's not even hitting. Reduce your armor. Reduce your armor again. We'll faint. Do a blind fury. Corrosive weapon. Bye. Level 9. Gain 50 barrier. How's this? Gain 50 barrier. Hit one person and do 25 barrier. Deal 3 hits for 100% damage on random enemies. Retreat tactic seems really good. Oh, wow. Okay. We're gonna take retreat tactics because that one seems pretty good. You notice his tears. He covers his face and flees the forest. Oh. Okay. I guess he didn't want to talk to me this time. Okay, so we'll go ahead and retreat. Phantom's Aid. Need to kill you first. Okay, that's a lot of damage. We're gonna go ahead and faint. Probably should have done that first. There we go. Nice. All right. Close it out. All right. So the way this creature works is that it swaps between the living and the living in death. It takes very little damage when it's in the living mode. Do feigned retreat. But you can hurt its like health, so it like alternates. So this health bar. But obviously you can't kill it in this mode, so now we wait. 1 health. I think I can do that. Bye. Later. Florist.
The old man is hard at work on a new design. His disturbing smile seems permanently glued to his face.
Glue?
Anything I can offer you today?
I'll buy a bouquet. Gain 1 block next turn. Draw 1 additional card with its card reduced. I love Sage. Sage is nice. All right. So the right side to go deal with. I'd rather not go fight our boss just yet. Host of Evil. That is a big boy. He doesn't even fit on the screen. Corrupted Giant. Every turn will lose, or it will increase its damage but lose a bit of its armor. So kill him quickly. Gotcha. Take some sage. I'll stun him. He's immune to stun, so never mind. I just gave him armor for no reason. That's fine. I'll take Ambition. Unbreakable Feints. Yeah, she's got to die first. Okay. Why is my armor dying so fast? Ah. That would be why. Right. Okay. Nice. Unbreakable Feints. Bye-bye. Level 10. Bottomless Bag. Draw draw 1 weak shot for every 2 ultimate. Wait. This does the same thing but gives me barrier. This does the exact same thing, but gives me barrier, and it only costs 1 energy. But I guess that's just so I can keep firing. Gain 5 armor. Ultimate ability deals 2 hits for each ultimate charge. Gain 2 damage. At the start of each turn, gain barrier equal to 20% of my armor. Oh. Yes. I'm a walking fortress. I'm a walking fortress. Let's do it.
The man looks at you with sad eyes. He is still unable to speak.
Train? One day we'll be able to do something with him. The hell is this thing? This enemy will deliver simple attacks and spawn smaller grubs after death. Okay. Okay. Block. Bottomless bag. Oh. Oh, I think I figured out the gimmick. I don't like this. Cytokinesis. I summon another grub. That was very powerful. I liked that. Cytokinesis. I summon another. Nice. Yes. Bye.
Good day.
I don't want any. Well, sacrifice 5% of your HP. Light a weird candle. I'd actually take that. That's pretty good. Speaking of which, let me adjust where my items are. So we have that. We have a blood candle. We have the warding. And I love the stack. Just RNG. Maybe it does something. Maybe it just kills me. Maybe it cooks a HelloFresh meal. Who knows? Let's do it. Blood mage. Oh, nice. More unlocks. Zealot. Let's try a zealot. Zealot sounds like fun. Let's see. Zealots focus on shooting rarely but lethally. Their weak statistics can be greatly buffed with calculations and waiting for the right opening. Zealots collect unused cards and use them later to forge a powerful elemental arrow with their ultimate ability. After using a maneuver or a quiver, gain 50% damage for the next hit. Zealot looks like fun. I like the Zealot. I like the Zealot. Let's do it.
The blacksmith is...
Buy some runes. See what we got here. Increase damage by 2. Yes. Increase armor by 10. Good starting runes. So we'll put increase damage by 2. There we go. Perfect. I leave you, friend. Do I have enough for another weird candle?
Good to...
No. Okay, see you later. Bye. Okay, bye. Yeah, I don't have anything. Do I have the blacksmith quest? I don't. Actually, no, I think I do.
The blacksmith is...
Oh, do you have any idea to help a certain knight?
The blacksmith listens patiently to your story of the sizable knight.
I'm sorry, but I'd rather keep as far away from lords, ladies, and all other nobility as I possibly can.
Okay, who will pay, and what are you so angry about?
You're not giving up, are you? Fine, fine. I'll tell you. I really loved me village and me people. When the army marched through our lands, I thought the All-Mother herself had blessed me. I got a contract to forge soldiers' weapons. But something went wrong. The weapons weakened instead of getting harder. So the army blacksmith accused me of treason. They didn't hang me because my people demanded a fair trial. But there was no time for one, so the army burned down me workshop and told me to leave.
Me village.
I had no choice. It was that or the noose. This anvil is the one thing that survived the fire.
So you want to find out who set you up?
No, I don't care about that.
Oh.
It was so long ago. It's just a habit of mine. Whenever I work on weapons, I like to get angry. And then I force myself to care. And you get the gist. My only regret from those days is that I didn't get the chance to say goodbye to me beloved Silence.
He quickly realizes that a question is forming in your mind.
No, I saw her in the last run.
Silence.
His eyes sparkle as he starts to tell the tale.
She was the most beautiful person I have ever met. We would only meet at night, near the water. She didn't speak, true, but we understood each other very well. I miss her every day. So please, forget what I told you considering the other blacksmith and all that treason. It really doesn't bother me anymore. But Silence, if you ever meet her, please tell her I'm here. If she wants to join us, I promise I'll take care of her. I'd be glad to have someone to talk to besides me anvil.
Cool. All right. I leave you. Talk? Nope. All right. Talk?
You explain everything you've learned about the sizable knight's hunger.
I'm sorry, but I've never researched such things.
Oh. Well, a lot of help you were. Let's talk.
Oh, no. Not really. I mean, whenever I met anybody or heard from anybody, they always seemed afraid of my work. But mostly, Master Iron told me that we had to live far from our farmland because of some of my experiments. I don't remember any of that, though.
Do you know where Master Iron is?
He must have left when I was busy with my research. Would you be able to keep an eye out for him during your travels?
Sure.
I'm from Darkroot Valley, the greatest and most resourceful farmland of Avalon. Well, actually, we're at war with everyone, I suppose. I hope we didn't raid your original farmhold. We did, didn't we? Oh,
I'm just now realizing the blacksmith has only talked to things that don't talk back to him.
They didn't.
He talked to Silence and he talked to his anvil.
Instantly.
Neither of them talk back.
That's good to hear. In truth, I wasn't even there for
He
most
yaps
of my
into the
life.
void.
Master Iron took care of me since I was a small child. I wish I could, but I honestly don't remember.
All right. See you later. Bye. Do you have any idea what to do?
The Candlemaker listens to your tale about the sizable knight, but cuts in before you have a chance to finish.
I'm afraid this has nothing to do with wax or candles of any kind, my friend.
Man, you are all useless. You are all completely useless. All right. So let's see, what's your deal? Draw a random elemental arrow. Charge by discarding cards. Okay. Water shot. Okay. Draw 2 arrows. Gain 100 barrier if your armor is equal or smaller than 25. David and Goliath. Somersault. Draw 2 maneuvers and reduce their energy cost. Draw 4 maneuvers. Ooh, I like somersault. Somersault seems very good. Gain 10 barrier after discarding every arrow and spirit arrow. After ending a turn without dealing any hits, increase damage in your next hit by 100%. After killing an enemy, gain 100% damage for the next hit. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna boost the range of this one. There we go. Ow. Okay. Gain 60% damage for the next hit. Discard all arrows. Okay. I was kind of expecting that to do a little bit more. Fire shot. Nice. Nice. Deal 1 hit for 50 damage and draw 1 card. I mean, that just seems good. 0 cost, do 1 damage, draw a card. Yeah. Rancid Battlefield. Pungent Cloud. That also seems really powerful too. I'm gonna take Shot of Hope here. Okay. Grab that rune. Not gonna use it though.
The man looks.
Okay. One day we'll have something with him. One day. Okay. Let's reduce their armor by 25. Let's feint. Do a shot. Do another shot. Do a smoke shot. Okay. Aim shot. Regular shot. We'll feint. Alright. Gain 100% damage for the next hit. Discard all cards. Increased by 50% for each arrow in hand. Fire shot. Aim shot. Nice. Healing potion. Very good.
The local hunters call.
I'll sleep. Okay. So I have an arrow bag here. Aim shot. Double somersault. Should be able to finish him off next turn. Okay. Regular shot you. Aim shot you. Nice. Water arrow. Aim shot. Regular shot. Stun him. Actually could have had lethal there. If I wasn't dumb. Unfortunately, I was dumb. Okay. Restore health or discard 2 cards. I feel like arrow bags are actually really bad for me right now. Like, arrow bags just don't seem good. I'll get rid of one of them. Okay. Hello. Okay. Aim shot. Good. Shot of hope. Shot. Shot. Oh, that wasn't a shot. That was an aim shot. The HelloFresh ad is very, like, it's on your screen. Is this a bit? It's not a bit. I'm literally sponsored by them. I'm sorry. Buy food. Oh, wow. You hit really hard. Reduce enemies' damage by 10% and gain 10% damage for 2 turns. Attrition. Let's see. Acid shot. Swift movement. Desperate movement. I'll take that. Every third maneuver used in combat grants you 5 barrier. Every 4th hit in combat deals 50% more damage. Every 8th hit deals 300% damage. Shoot to remember.
The investment is going to be worth it, I promise. How much would you like?
I have no money. I'm sorry. Time to learn how to count to 8, chat. Alright. Yum. All right. Actually, I probably could have avoided damage there. Yeah, I could have. Okay.
What am I doing here? Well, looking for resources, obviously. Here, look what I found recently.
He hands you a round object filled with light. The moment you touch it, it blends into your hand, and you feel a strange power rising inside you.
You got 5 armor. Oh, cool. Thanks, man. Thanks, blacksmith. You're pretty cool. All right. All right, we'll do a double somersault. Nice. All right, 300% damage. Aim shot 69. Nice. Okay.
These crystals were all...
I pray. 2 candles, money, or max health. I'll sacrifice health for max health. I feel like that's a good investment. I'm taking the candle. Sorry. This candle belongs to me now. There's no other milestones around. HP is just a resource to be used, chat. Worry not. Because behold all of my healing. Behold all of my healing. Nice. All right. Well, bye. All right, we'll go ahead and faint. Perfect. Another health potion. Delicious.
Good day.
Don't think I want anything from you. Nope. I was just doing that for XP and stuff. I do want this treasure hunter though. Oh, this guy's really annoying. Alright, so the way that he works is basically you have to kill these guys and they hurt him for you. Okay. Okay, so he's going to do 48 damage to him. Okay. I'll buff my next attack. Aim shot. Nice. Bye. Five hits for 50% on random enemies. Multi-shot all enemies for 50% damage. Deal one hit for 400% damage. Next turn, lose one energy. Ahem. Ahem. I'll take the nuke. Nuke seems very good because we want low hits, but strong hits.
You found what was when you filled your.
I'm actually gonna take the armor. Yes. Hey, it's the Seeking Traveler. There he is. Thank you again, HelloFresh, by the way, for sponsoring this segment of the stream. Buy food. Okay. We'll do a feint. Later.
This is a familiar face. You've met him before, but something has changed since then. He sits on a stone with slumped shoulders, and his head droops over a fading weird candle.
You again. Be gone. Don't tempt me to resume my search. I haven't found them. There's nothing but madness around us. I'm too tired to go on.
You tell him about your meeting with the witch. He looks at you with desperation and confusion on his face. Then, although you don't know why, you hear your voice changing.
I'm here, and I see you, friend.
It's the witch speaking through you.
What? What's going on?
Oh shit.
I know what you've been looking for. I know that you didn't find it. And I know that it's lost forever.
The man buries his face in his hands.
They're gone. You're alone now. But that doesn't mean that you have to be lonely forever.
He gazes up at you as if you must be his savior. You have no idea what's happening, much less what to say. You can muster only a few paltry platitudes, sounding a bit like,
at least you're alive.
Even though you realize that these words wouldn't comfort anyone in ordinary circumstances, the man does seem a little bit happier.
Aww.
Suddenly, he begins disintegrating into a cloud of weirdness.
The bottle.
Before the witch's voice stops ringing in your ears, you realize you've already taken out the empty bottle she gave you. You've been wandering through the weirdness so long that it doesn't even surprise you when the cloud of smoke flows into the bottle.
Now get back to me.
I'm back, as you wanted.
Yes, I can see that you're back. And I'm delighted to be sure that you're actually real. But we'll get back to that. Now let's get back to the poor soul trapped in that vessel.
She gently takes the artifact out of your hands and chants something over it. You can feel the weirdness becoming thicker. Then you hear a voice. It doesn't belong to a human.
Easy. Don't be afraid. Come over. I promised you wouldn't be lonely anymore.
Her voice is gentle. It's as if she's trying not to scare something away.
Here. You won't find what you're looking for. But I found you a new home. A new master.
You hear something running towards you.
Here, meet your new friend.
The wolf stops by your feet and demands cuddles.
Oh. This man was a wolf?
He might well have been a wolf way back in the past. Then when he got lost, or lost what was dearest to him, he became a purpose. And this purpose was given a different shape by the witness. And now that he's found a new family, he's finally back to a more suitable self. Congratulations. You saved a soul.
Aww, NPC saved.
But this is my time to leave. Find me again and we'll talk about visiting the village. You see? I remembered.
I have a dog! Yo, +1 dog. +1 dog. Summon the wolf. Minions are an extension of all mooring classes. Each one does something different. Be sure to read their descriptions. Your faithful companion. He's a little special. He's a little special. Pet the wolf. It looks so cute. Pet the dog to boost its stats and make it happy. Ability. I pet the dog. I pet the dog again. I'm going to keep petting the dog. Yes. Plus one dog. Summon the dog. I pet the dog. I wonder how many times I can pet the dog. Unlimited Rual pets. Unlimited pets.
Always good to see you, stranger, but maybe we shouldn't be strangers anymore. I'm Breggy. But anyway, you know what? I'm sick of this place. I'm stuck here, forced to eat my instruments. Can you believe that? Getting really annoyed. It's high time I went out and earned some coin somewhere.
You sense that he places a heavy emphasis on earning some coin.
Anyway, let's sing. What else can we do these days, stranger? Want me to teach you a song or two?
Yes. Song of Shielding. Song of Opportunity. Song of Plenty. I gotta go all the way around. This was a mistake. Yeah, dude, double dog. Double dog. I want to get Song of Plenty and the dog in the same role, and then I just get... Oh, dude, look, I got a dog. Look at that. Plus one dog. Yeah, he a dog. He does need a good brush. Good dog. I can even pet the dog. Okay. Good dog. This is gonna hurt a lot. Oh my god. That was a 500 damage shot. Gain 100% damage this turn, which flips into gain 200. Oh my god. Yes. Overdraw. Ogre draw. Increase your damage by 2. Every discarded spirit arrow increases the damage of your next hit by 20%. Each point of unused barrier increases the damage of your next hit by 2%. Ooh. That's very good. Gather another rune.
An ethereal creature made of light and fog appears in front of you. The whole world seems hushed due to her presence. She is truly, remarkably beautiful. It must be Silence, the girl that the blacksmith told you about. As you come closer, the girl becomes aware of your presence. She runs into the nearby bushes, trying to hide from your eyes. You take a few slow steps, but there's no sign of her anywhere. Instead, a snow-white swan flies up into the sky.
Well, I tried. Alright, it's boss time. Let's go. Song of Plenty. Dog. I double dog. Double dog. Oh, but I can only pet one dog. But I do have 2 dogs. Okay. Yeah. Let's see what you got. That looks pretty cool. Go with that. Okay. I pet the dog. Ow. Attack the dogs, not me. Wow, that did not do what I was hoping. I don't have any way of reducing his armor. This is bad. Get him, dog. I'm gonna pet the dog again. I'm gonna continue petting the dog. You can't stop me. I'm a 1 dog, 2 dog army. Finally, a fire arrow. Okay, pet the dog. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think petting the dog is actually worth it. I think I have to pet him, dude. I have to pet him. I refuse to not pet him. Okay, it's gonna hit me for 2. Continue petting the dog. Oh, you killed one of the dogs. Find the dog. Oh! I already found the dog. He's right here. The dog is here. Maximum ogre draw. And then stun him. Aim shot. Beautiful. This character's fun, albeit confusing.
This feels like an echo of something that happened before.
Take a special passive. After killing an enemy, heal yourself. If you played 2 or less cards, gain 100% damage. Every 10th card played in one combat increases your damage. It's like blood transfusion. Blood transfusion seems to be the best. Just wait till you play the Necromancer class, then you'll really be confused. Nice.
You tell the blacksmith about your encounter with a girl formed of light. A girl who most probably turned into a swan.
Well, that's the strangest thing I've ever heard. But I guess I should get used to that, shouldn't I? With the weirdness all around us.
Uh-huh.
I suppose there's no way she would come to live with me. That's a shame. I really loved her.
Chat.
His gaze is filled with sorrow.
Chat. Did you know that you could use my code? Bahroo 14 to get 14 free meals and 3 gifts and free shipping. Buy food today. Buy food today. And if at least one person uses my code, I will do an unsponsored cooking of a meal that chat will choose. That's right. Chat will choose my meal and I'll cook it on stream. Yes. I'm gonna cook. Don't give me that look. I can cook. I'm being laughed at. You could probably hear him giggling in the background.
You try to comfort him.
Like a dummy.
And then you hear footsteps nearby.
Yeah, they send me everything I need. That's the good
You
thing.
hear
They
a
literally
fake
send you
cough just
everything
around
you
the
need. Although they don't send you
It turns
pots
out
and
that
pans though.
Hilda,
You
the
have to provide that
scientist,
yourself.
is hiding behind the building.
That would get really expensive
sorry,
if they
comrades.
sent if they sent you the
accidentally
pots and
overheard
pans with
something
every
about
meal.
a woman hiding in the
That'd get
woods.
really expensive.
Perhaps turned into an animal or
That's
something.
that's not a good business strategy. Is there a sub goal for it? No, I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it, dude.
I have enough cameras and enough equipment. I can set you up in the kitchen.
You can set me up in the kitchen?
Mm-hmm. I've set up plenty cooking streams before, so I can help you with one.
Nice. But you don't get to help me actually cook. I'll do it.
No, I ain't being on camera, dude. I help you with money.
He keeps making that joke about not wanting to be on camera because he owes people money. And at this point, I'm starting to believe him.
I had a similar story way back when. It supposedly happened in my castle. It turned out to be a witch, living in harmony with the weirdness. Okay, so there is a simple solution to force her to stay in human form long enough to talk to her.
Is this safe?
Safe enough. For humans, at least. Although, if I'm wrong, and she's not a witch, well...
Please do whatever it takes to communicate with her. I will owe you.
I'm Hilda, by the way.
Greetings, Hildy. I'm Wayland. Thank you for your help.
They look at each other a little
Hildy.
longer than you'd expect them to. Then...
Come speak with me in a moment. I'll have the potion ready.
Nice.
You see the man playing with a wolf.
Aww.
Looking closer, you realize that it's the same wolf that joined your adventure a while ago.
Look who came over here. It's a magnificent creature. I'm pretty sure it was looking for you.
Discard your hand and draw 2 cards. Discard 30 cards or more with this card to turn it into Gluttonous Beast, which is draw 2 and reduce their cost to 0. That seems awesome. 0 cost, draw 2, whatever you draw costs nothing. That's literally Pot of Greed, but better. Greed. Wait. Greedy Strike. Use this card 6 times or more to turn it into Greedy Strike. Deal 1 hit for 100% damage. Gain 25% of the damage dealt as wealth. Oh, shit. Yo. Yeah, I'm gonna take Greed. It's time to get a lot of money. It's time to get a lot of money, dude. My streamer.
Hello.
My
Just
Corpa.
splatter it near the place she likes. That should lure her and force her to stay in human form for a while. And when you're done, tell Wayland that he owes me too. I need a new cauldron. My old one's starting to leak, and that's quite dangerous when it comes to stronger potions.
Okay. Increase the number of wheeled candles you start each run with. Increase the amount you get for killing a boss. Do that. Okay. Oh, I should probably rest, huh? I should rest. There we go. All right. It's time to make a whole lot of money. Forgotten Chest, Ruined Home, Treasure Guardian, Host of Evil. And our boss is that way. Okay, we're gonna go up this way instead. Yeah. A Host of Evil. Tormented Grub. All right, so we want to kill these 2 first. Good dog. Let's do Shot of Hope. We'll duplicate the next card we play. Ow. Faint. Okay. Okay, finish him off. Alright. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Bam, 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 bam. Fire shot. Aim shot. 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 Who's with him? My dog. Dog. Okay, we'll feint. Aim shot. 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 Super shot. Double somersault. 800% damage on this shot. A big boy shot. And I overkilled it by a whole lot. Aim shot. Later. Cool.
You find it.
Open the chest and get cursed.
Sting, and then your head becomes dizzy.
I lost 10
After
armor.
a while,
but I gained. Every 12th maneuver stuns a random enemy. That really wasn't worth losing 10 armor for, but cool. Agreed. Okay. Song of Plenty. Okay. Aim shot. Unfortunate. Okay. Alright. So we got here aim shot. Regular shot. Regular shot. We'll feint. Furious overdraw. Yeah? All right. Later. More mushrooms that I don't care about. Standoff seems nice. More ways to actually heal my or prevent damage is always good. Hello, please. Thank you. Continue. All right. Armageddon, thank you so very much. Yes. All right, chat. That's gonna go ahead and bring it into the sponsored segment with HelloFresh. You too could buy food and feed yourself. Yeah. Oh, food is good. Food is good, chat. Food is very good.
Godless healing.
Open the ship. Yeah, no, we're not going to take any more Stagfather's charms. We're not going to take any of that. We already know what happened last time I used one of those. All right. Boost the armor of all enemies until the end of your turn, or until the end of combat. Yeah, that's very good. We'll take a triple somersault here. So feint, feint, unbreakable feint. Nice. There's greed. Finished him off. Nice. Next we want to take out this guy. All right, he's immune to stuns. All I did was give him a shit ton of armor. Yeah, I knew that. Way to go, me. Way to go, me. There, now you can see my energy. Unbreakable maneuver. Song of Plenty. Double dog. I double dog dare you. Okay. Let's overdraw. Kill him. Okay. Got him. Neat. Another level up. Deal one hit and reduce the cost of your next maneuver by 1. That seems pretty good. Every third hit deals more damage. Every second hit deals more damage. At the start of every turn, increase your damage by 5. I'm gonna take that. 5% scaling damage seems goog.
This ancient, thick-walled broch now serves as a private prison.
What is a broch?
You may try to break the prisoner free, but you never know who that might be. A follower who will strengthen your village, an ingrate who will simply run away, or maybe a criminal who will attack you out of sheer spite for everything living. A follower who will strengthen your village.
Well, I don't think it was someone helpful. Here, have some more armor, because I love you. Aim shot does 43 damage right now. Double up shot. Isn't doing too bad. Would you like to free another prisoner? Sure. That wasn't helpful. Faint. Hold bow. Faint. Desperate. Furious overdraw. Stepping stones. Greed shot. I have greedy strike now. Hell yeah. Nice. But I only get one use out of it per combat. But if I buff myself by a lot before I do the attack,
Thank you for taking me out. Do you know of any place where I might go? Find shelter. I promise I can be of use. I trained people in martial arts for years. Then I'll meet you in your village.
He thanks you sincerely and starts walking. But he collapses as soon as he takes his first step out of his cell.
Oh.
The instant he touches the ground, he dissipates into a cloud of weirdness.
Ruined home.
You notice the ruins of a home that was burned down. There's no telling whether it was destroyed during the war, set alight out of spite, or simply burned down due to an unfortunate accident.
Hole in the floor. You got one gnawed foot. Okay. Well. Ow. So there's our greedy strike, right? You know, maybe you're not the one I should leave alive. Yeah, no. All right. So double somersault here. A fast movement. All right. Let it go through. Do that. We'll charge. even more Song of Plenty. Okay. We'll triple somersault. Uh-huh. Only 100% damage. Huh. Well, still worked. I guess it's because he also had the armor. If we find an enemy that doesn't have a lot of armor, we can maybe make that up, make that a little bit better. Reroll for 25? Sure, I'll reroll. Gain 50 barrier. Retreat tactics. I'll gladly take that. Okay.
Welcome again.
Oh.
The woman hides her hands behind her back.
Now, I have something for you. Pick a hand.
I always take the left hand. I don't know how you just gave me XP, but I'll take it. Okay. Faint. Faint. Stepping stones. I could duplicate this shot. Let's do it. I'll dupe this shot. Oh, but the second shot doesn't get the damage increase. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay. Take the barrier. Bye. Okay. Furious overdraw. That wasn't nearly as strong as I thought it was going to be. All right. Hit me. There we go. We're making more money. We're making more money, chat. We need to find just like a really good enemy that we can just stack indefinitely against. This guy's really good. This is the guy we stack up against. Mm-hmm. Okay. Why do I even bother eating these stupid things? I'm telling you. if something bad can happen, it's more likely that something bad's going to happen. I have no health. Okay. Okay. Now our goal is what is our goal now? Stack our damage as high as humanly possible. That now does 114 to 171 damage, with 25% of the money, with 25% of the damage turning into wealth. Not yet. Let's stack even higher. Let's stack even higher, chat. Even higher. Keep charging. Keep charging. Yes. I faint. Keep gathering. More power. Triple somersault. Even more power. Even more power. Somersault. Fast movement. Yes. Feints. Standoff. So every point of unused barrier gets converted into damage. Uh-huh. All right. Is our damage high enough, chat? Huh? Actually, we should probably see if it even counts overkill. It doesn't. Does not count overkill. Sad.
The path you walk doesn't seem to be out of the ordinary, Yet suddenly you hear strange, loud voices resembling a choir.
Oh, shut up, you damn parasites.
Now you see them, all of them. An old lady carrying a lot of strange things on her back, and a crew of men trudging after her. All are bald and half naked. Some push a carriage filled with things you can't quite make out.
Blessed be my soul, a stranger. Alive at that. Thanks to the All-Mother.
She gives you a broad smile and waddles towards you.
She waddles towards me, chat.
You show her the bouquet you received from the florist. She gives you a perplexed look.
We're on our way to the battlefield with supplies for the army, but it seems we lost our way when this strange fog trapped us last night.
It seems that she didn't notice that members of her crew have been dead for quite a while now.
The wizard Merlin was supposed to lead our troops with Sir Galahad. We were to meet them somewhere around here. Oh, I guess sharing some of these things can't hurt. Here, take a look.
Draw one card. Discard all card. We'll do discard. All right, I'm good. Old.
As the flickering.
There we go. All right, snakes. Ow. Okay. Nice. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. All right. Oh yeah, mod, make sure you change my title stuff back to normal. Alright, we'll do a standoff. We'll do a feint. Feint a retreat. I think I'm dead. I'm not dead. Aha. We're good. Okay. Triple somersault. Nice. Feint. Into a somersault. Into a fast movement. Alright. Not quite enough for a greedy strike yet. Nope, not enough yet. We want more. I want to one-shot this guy. I would like to one-shot this lad. Actually, there we go. Boom. 25% of that turns into money. Hell yeah. Draw one finishing shot. Oh. Yeah, that seems good. I'll take that. Energy shot. Psychic shot. Herald of Thunder. I'll take psychic shot. I can't really control what I'm getting, so it's not that big of a deal. I wish I had a little more, like, control over what I was getting.
You found what was when you filled your pockets.
New armor slot. Let's see what we got here. So what do I have currently? 10 armor. Every turn increase everyone's armor by 5. That seems really bad. I'll just give myself more armor. Okay. Max HP. Max HP sadly is not as good as it sounds, because if you don't have any way to heal it, it doesn't do anything. All I would be doing is increasing my health from 15 out of 100 to 15 out of 130. So it doesn't really do anything. Also, rat jam. I think I'm dead. I think I'm immediately dead. Yeah, I think I'm immediately dead. Okay, killed him. Killed him. Okay. All right, we'll do feints. Double somersault. We'll gain armor, and we'll feint. That extra damage will be converted into... Nice. Alright. Get that extra money. Extra cash. Hey, a health tincture. Yes, good. Multiplies the card's effect by the number of cards of the same type played in a row. That's really not that does not synergize with us at all. Take muscle rupturing shot.
The sound of clattering
Oh,
rocks
it's a child.
disturbs the ubiquitous silence.
Hello, little kid.
Approaching the end of a path, you come upon a child playing with some oddly shaped stones.
I'm Futhark. I'm waiting here for my mother. She's been gone for a while now.
Aww.
Or maybe she's going to leave soon. I have a lot of these stones, and while I wait, I play. Do you want some stones so you can play while you wait too?
Yeah, sure. Ah, a specific common, 3 random. I'll take 3 random. Combine. Nice. That seems much better. Yeah. That seems much better. All right. See if I can get to this without losing too much of my torch. Heal myself? I might actually get a heal here soon without actually needing to utilize one of the heals. There's a greed shot right off the bat. A triple somersault here. And we'll do a trap. Nice. We'll feint. We'll feint again. Not gonna play that. I'd rather have the barrier. Let's go ahead and do the hit. Okay. Give me that 10 barrier. Muscle rupturing shot. That had potential lethal. Regular shot there. Song of Plenty. Nice. Stop you from healing. Hey, dude. Bye-bye. Nice. We've gotten quite a bit of money.
The shrine.
Perform a ritual.
You feel a strange power. The priestess lays.
Yay, I got healing. Hello, legendary encounter. How are you doing? So he can't be damaged until these two are dead. So I'll feint, charge shot. Summoning of finishing touches. Not gonna lie, for 500% increase, I figured that would be a little bit, that hit a little bit harder. I'll wait. Song of Plenty, standoff. There we go. How much energy do I have? 2? I'll retreat and faint. Water shot. Could also greedy strike. How greedy do I want to get? How greedy do I want to get, chat? It's only for 100 gold. But it's still funny. Okay. Do 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 do. Greedy strike isn't doing enough damage yet. Oh my god. Yeah, let's just do the greedy shot. Just do the greedy shot. Yeah, because we're gonna have to start actually killing these things. Okay. Draw our bow. A feint. Nice. Stun him. Alright. Okay, keep discarding all of our cards. Awkward. Very awkward. Okay, take a little damage. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do this. Okay. You want to kill these two branches at the same time. Okay. All right. Now we just need to do 100 damage, which should be easy enough. Bye-bye. Oh, they didn't... Oh, they're not done yet. Oh, I thought the fight was over. My bad. Ow, ow. Ow, 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 ow. Okay. Good dog. Okay. Good boy. All right. Fire shot. You know, I thought that was honestly going to kill you. There we go. All right, 2 more candles.
Before your dead enemy even hits the ground, you hear a familiar voice behind you. As you turn, you see the goat.
The goat!
Oh, this one was a piece of work. We had high hopes for him. Too bad it ended like that. But 2 down, 2 to go. I'd say you're doing pretty well for a newborn. And just like before, another path opened in your village. Also, getting rid of these things gives me some space to help you out. Interested?
Take a special passive skill. At the start of combat, gain +1 energy. Yes. Yes. I need more energy, please. All right, I'm rich. Let's see what we can do. Candle maker.
Good to see.
I wish to buy your candles. Yes. Thank you. I'm still rich. I'm going to leave now. Bye.
Thank you for breaking me out of that prison. It felt like eternity. Maybe it was an eternity. Are you ready to practice?
Deck management. Get new cards, remove cards from your deck. Upgrade your own abilities. Oh. Draw more cards in your first turn. Draw more cards every turn. I don't have card... Wait, each time you didn't take... Each card you didn't take during level ups turns into a card shred. Currency used to buy permanent upgrades. Oh, goody. I would like to remove a card. Specifically, shot. Wow. That's a lot of... Dude, 750 card shreds? That's a lot. I'm sorry, but that's a whole lot. Okay. I'll see you later.
The blacksmith is...
Exchange runestones? No. I'm gonna keep buying more runestones. Oh, runestone drop chance. Yes, good. More runestones. Good. Alright, see you later. Goodbye. I leave you. Talk. Healing. Alright. Well, good talk. I guess you don't want to do anything with me either. You are all useless to me. I hope you know that. Okay. Hanging tree, roaming warband, treasure pile. Well, we'll go left first and hope for the best. Roaming warband. Oh, that's a lot of things. This enemy will become tougher when it has less than 50% of its HP. It can reduce your armor and spawn a useless card in your deck. Good. And then you've got this abomination. Okay. Do a double maneuver. We're just gonna let this abomination survive, and he's gonna kill everything for me. Except I'm pretty sure I'm dead. I'm pretty sure I'm just dead. Goodbye. I'm not dead. We're good. Okay. All right. Maximum ogre drive. See how much damage this does. A lot. A feint. Nice. Blind Frenzy, 100% extra damage. Good talk. All right. 4 times 13 to 16. Ah, I'm dead. Good talk. I summon a wolf. Well, goodbye. Later. Death. All right. We've gained new things. I think I'm done trying to do ranged classes. We're done. Let's go back to trying other things. Loaded weapon. At the start of each turn, gain full ultimate. Wow. I've unlocked the Berserker. Yes. It is time. Where's the Berserker at? Berserkers are invigorated when they are heavily wounded, making them most deadly when they're balancing on the verge of death. While using their ultimate ability, Berserkers gain the power of lifesteal until the end of their turn. The amount of HP they recover with every hit is dependent on the amount of charges they spend. Their ultimate is charged with every hit they suffer. When you're below 25% health, gain 2 energy. So we want lots of health. Anything that increases our max HP is a good thing. We want loads and loads of max HP wherever we can find it.
You're back already.
The Master-at-Arms listens intently to what you have to say about the sizable knight. He even asks questions, trying to learn more about his father and the way he was raised.
Well, from what you're saying, It's pretty obvious what's going on with this child. This boy doesn't need more food, or to be experimented on by some druid. He needs a father. He needs responsibility. I'm too old to take care of this myself, but my friend, the one you met already, might be able to help. I'm sure he'll be able to help figure out what to do with this child.
Cool.
There's nothing to talk about, really. Prisons are built to lock bad people up, so I must have been one of them. Back then. Why are you so interested in my past? Well, you gave me back my freedom. I suppose that I owe you a story in addition to my services.
Oh God, help.
I was a commander of Lord Warwick's private army. Served under his damned 8 stars
I don't want to hear the yapping.
burgundy background flag. When I tried to retire, he forced me to stay on as a tutor. So I trained his soldiers. And believe me, I trained them well. Then
Okay.
one time, I disobeyed an order. Refused to train one of the younglings. I just couldn't.
You can see that he doesn't want to continue.
The end.
Oh. Well, you already know it. Sent me through some prison. So what is these mistakes I shouldn't repeat?
Stubborn. Observe what's going on around you. Then you should be fine. I shall speak no more. I have my honor to protect. Well, that's all I have left of my former life.
Okay.
The blacksmith.
Buy some rune stones. So we want the max HP. Probably take the heal as well. Oh wait, no, that's something else entirely. Rune stones. So we'll take that. So we'll draw one additional card at a reduced cost. All right. Well, what's the worst that could happen? Let's go. Boss is on our left, so we're going to go, or boss is on our right, so we're going to go left. See what our first combat has here. I think I've got a better idea of how this game actually works, chat, so we should be good. Okay, we have to give this guy a barrier. Crawling fire. Hit for 5 to 7 and reduce armor for 2 turns. Damage increases by 20% for every 10% of your missing HP. Nice. Okay. Yes. All right, so we got a gnawed foot. All right. Deal 1 hit for 175% damage. Damage is tripled if the enemy is stunned. Fresh meat. Permanently increase your health by 2? Yes, we take that. This early, we take that. Whenever you kill an enemy, gain 50 armor and 1 energy. Whenever you receive a hit, gain 10 armor next turn. For the first 3 hits, reduce armor of all enemies by 50. I take pain tolerance here. Pain tolerance seems really good. So armor is like, what's the best way to put this? I'm gonna take the candle. Armor's like percent based, so 10% armor is 10% damage reduction. Okay. All right. Okay. fresh meat. There we go. Mm-hmm. 60% life leech. Dun 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 dun. All right. Keep hurting me. So is fresh meat a... No, it's not a... It's not an exhausted attack. So we can just wait for it. So now I've got lifesteal on. Nice. All right. Getting a kill with fresh meat every single time is going to be a little annoying, but I think it'll help us a lot. Draw 2 cards, 30 armor this turn. Deal 1 hit. Pick 2 cards from the grave. Every turn until the end of combat, increase your damage and offer 10 armor. Rage sounds really nice. All Mother's Altar. Perform the ritual.
The priestess lay.
I'll get some healing. The healing pretty much allows me to just run around without actually using any candles. So that's good for us. There's fresh meat. Okay. Hurt me. Okay. I can rage twice? Oh no. I can keep raging. Okay. Nice. Nice. I just want some faster way to cycle through my deck. That's all. Just give me a faster way to cycle through my deck, please. All right. Keep hitting me. I'll rage a third time. There we go. Yeah, this character seems really strong. Although picking up fresh meat this early, I think is what's gonna really be a huge game changer for us.
You cannot see Silence anywhere nearby. Maybe a potion provided by Hilda could help you to lure her out for a talk? After a moment, a white swan swoops low from the sky and lands in front of you. As soon as its legs touch the ground, it morphs into a human.
What's that? Oh no, it's you. Set me free. I warn you, I'm dangerous.
I don't want to hurt you. I'm here on behalf of Wayland.
Him. Yes, I sometimes miss our meetings. He was a fun boy indeed.
Fun boy.
And naive too. Why would anyone declare love to a creature they don't understand, that doesn't even speak? He is so stupid. All of you kind are.
Oh, thanks.
I thought he ran away because he finally realized that I fed on him. But then I found out he was accused of treason. Tell me, did he ever learn that it was the other guy who set him up? So he never realized that the other blacksmith sabotaged his own army? He wasn't a fun boy. He wasn't as gentle as Wayland. But at least I had a good laugh watching their mighty swords breaking like sticks. They were dying, crushed by their own breastplates. Now you tell me my poor, naive Wayland was found and he still misses me? Well, too bad for him. I don't need him anymore.
Wow, what a
Farewell,
dick.
stranger. I don't think we'll ever meet again.
Wait, who or what are you?
Maybe someday I'll tell you more in exchange for a precious bite of you. For now, I'm full, and I don't need you. Be gone, stranger.
Wow, what a dick. Alright, can we kill this thing? I hope so. Alright, so we'll go ahead and rage. Fresh meat. I don't think I can get the kill, sadly. Darn. Well, you know it's time. You know what it's time for. It's called cycle through my entire deck again. Oh. I pressed the wrong ability. My bad. Nice. Well, at least I got +2. Alright, continue. Good. More maximum health.
The first thing you notice is a long veil made of rags, leaves, and scraps of fur, held together with a snow-white thread. Then you notice a woman with a gaunt face and graying hair. She's busy sewing more scraps of random material to the end of the veil. Her fingers flash so fast you can barely see them.
Okay.
When she stops sewing and raises her eyes to meet your gaze, a chilling truth is revealed. The weirdness transformed the tips of her fingers into long, sharp needles.
Ooh.
Do you need any sewing? I can take care of garments, body or soul. They're all the same anyway.
Ask her to sew my body.
Me? Oh, there's nothing to say really. I'm Neith, a seamstress. In my past life, I used to make gowns, cloaks, and garments, mostly for women in noble knights. Now I've been improved.
She looks briefly at her needle-like fingers.
And after that, my clientele changed. Currently, I'm making sheets for my protector. And let All Mother be my witness. She's a demanding customer.
Your protector.
She smiles mysteriously.
Well, you probably wouldn't like her very much, but she keeps me safe. She's very protective. But it seems she's about to go into labor soon. She forgot to bring me food and kept pushing me to sew more and more. I'm exhausted, to be honest.
You can see she's surprised by your offer.
Oh, you'll have to wait a moment. I have a commission to finish first.
You stand and watch as she finishes the long veil. The last piece she adds is the fur of a feral cat, still dripping with blood. The seamstress then folds the veil into a neat square and places it on the rock.
Here, I think she'll like it.
She shudders.
I really hope she does. Now, let's go and see this village of yours.
Cool. +1 NPC. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Hello there. Darn. Well, you know what I'm going to do. That's right. Cycle through my entire deck. There we go. Ow. All right, more blocks, more rage. There we go. Beautiful. Ow. All right. Go ahead and stun you. Do. Get rid of the scab. Go ahead and stun him. 168. Fresh meat. 170 health. That's really nice. We have a lot of max HP right now. Gain 1 block for each enemy alive. Gain 3 block. Offer energy. Increase damage until the end of combat. I think prep is kind of useless, to be honest. Because we already have rage, and rage does what we need. You know? Counter seems very good, though. Whenever you have less than 25% health, duplicate every attack type card. Whenever you kill an enemy, duplicate the next attack type card played. Whenever you have less than 25% HP, your damage increases by 100%. This is kind of not that good when you think about it, because it's going to be 100% on top of like the 700 that I already get. But Death Crush seems really good. Okay.
Godless healing.
Open the shop. I ain't got enough. All right, see you later. Peace, dude.
You notice the
Look for valuables in the hole in the wall. Thanks. All right. Really wish I'd stop rolling fresh meat at the very beginning. That would be kind of nice. All right. here. Go ahead and block. One more rage. We should be good. All right. No, I forgot that it duplicates when I'm under a certain amount of health. Fook. I forgot. Okay. Nice, more fresh meat. More blood. We'll go ahead and burn a candle. All right. Go ahead and stun you. Rage up. Ow. Fresh meat would be nice. Nice, got him. All right, we want to kill that. Go ahead and block these hits. Got another fresh meat. Delicious. I was gonna say, why didn't it do its thing? Go ahead and block this attack. And more fresh meat. Good. Good. Goog.
Hello, noble knight. I haven't seen...
Hello. I would like 3 random runestones, please. Bunch of cracked Ethel. Is that the one I want? No. No, that's not the one I want. But hey, we have it. Training grounds.
Train if you feel like it.
Hit me with all you've got. So when I said hit me with all you got, I meant not that much, you know? That's you're hitting me with a good amount. Okay. Okay. What you got? Stun a random enemy? Randomly stun the only guy hitting me. Okay. Gonna heal himself. Rage. Double fresh meat. Okay, he's gonna buff himself. Let's see if I can fresh meat him again. Yep. More. Even more maximum health. Yes. Oh, you earn blood by killing enemies. Currency used to buy permanent upgrades at the seamstress. Neat. Skullcracker seems really nice. Gain 50 armor for 2 turns. If used when under 25, increase the duration by 1 turn. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, hey. Merge all of those? That's now 50 health.
As the monster disappears in a cloud of smoke, you realize that all of the warriors present have gathered around the arena. You hear them clapping and whistling in awe.
Congratulations. Here's the promised reward.
A polished haggle. Is that the, provides 100% extra damage. Mmm, delicious. Delicious. Actually, do I want the no, I don't want, the armor doesn't matter because I'm killing my own armor anyway. I'd rather be able to just come out the, you know. All right, so we'll upgrade that. Okay. Hit me. Okay. Nice. Good summon there. 18 to 28. There we go. Bit of healing. Charge your ultimate ability to half of its maximum charges. Yeah, we want that. Gain 50 health. Increase your health by 3 after each victorious combat. Big health now. Snowball. I'll take this. I'll take the snowball. This is the very slow and methodical snowball. Is this a legendary? Nope, it's a treasure encounter with a bunch of rats. I don't think I want to do that just yet. Like, I do want to do that one, just not right this second. I want a little more healing first. Nice. Okay. Okay, we'll rage. Beautiful. Good duplicate. Fortify. Looks like 75% armor is the most we can get. All right. Fresh meat. Meow. And 100% lifesteal. Easy. We don't have 3 of those.
The moment he sees you, he starts.
The moment he sees you, he plays his flute. Love me some rat jam. Wait, is he coming out swinging with 1, 2, 3, 4? Oh my god, he's coming out swinging with lethal. There, that should be enough. Okay. Okay. All right. Oh, it's not lethal. Actually, it is. Okay, now we'll stun that one. Fortify. Okay. Counter. Okay. Hit me. We'll do a short pause. There we go. Do another short pause. Yes. More damage. And 25% HP is looking pretty easy to obtain right about now. Go ahead and stun him. Do a basic attack. Get another rage going. I'm gaining 7. That's potential lethal, but not guaranteed. That's guaranteed not lethal. It's good. Now I get even more fresh. Dude, fresh meat and Berserker seems to be an instant win. All right, finishing blow upgrade. For every enemy killed by this card, increase its damage by 200% until the end of combat. Don't really care about that too much. I will take crippling attack though. Crippling attack seems good. All right, let's fight the rats. It is time to fight the rats. I fortify against their attack. Nice. I fortify again, but with a short pause in between. Okay. I fortify and I lifesteal. Well, let's kill that one. Yes. Yes. More rage, more blocks. Short pause, fortify. Okay. I'm living on the edge, chat. I'm living on the edge. Literally on the very edge. Okay. More. 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 Immune to stun. Unfortunate. Fresh meat. It didn't kill. I'm sad. Okay. Well, I seem a little bit OP now.
You found what was protected by this beast.
I'm gonna be honest.
A stash of gold and jewelry. When you filled...
2 damage. Unlock a new combat slot for items. Unlock a new slot for runestones. There we go. I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. BRB. I got to go, but I have no BRB. Okay. Chat, let us continue. Let us away. All right. So we have 233 HP. The question is, how much HP will I have? There we go. How much HP will I have by the end of this? Alright. More rage. More block. Stun him. Alright. Because I'm pretty much going to just get, like, infinite health at this point.
So, what did you learn today?
I freed your friend.
The man is visibly surprised as he listens to your story. He's even more surprised to learn that his friend lives in your village.
Nice.
Thank you. Then please greet him from me.
In chains completed. Nice.
The Wanderer listens to your story and lights up.
You can count on me. I'll find this poor boy and do everything I can to help him out. And I already have an idea.
Cool.
You see, by breaking my friend out of that accursed brooch, you've made it possible for me to enter it. This, in turn, gives me an idea.
Oh.
You say the boy needs responsibility. Well, let's give him a responsibility. We'll make him into a guard of this damned brooch in no time. However, since I'll be busy with this, I need to ask you for a favor.
Hey, another quest completed. What do you
I know
need?
there's a man somewhere out there. Someone I was trying to train back in the day.
Okay.
I taught him a lot, yet it wasn't enough to keep him from throwing his gift away. He was a natural fighter. It's too bad he decided to fight the wrong people. They threw him into a cell and left him to rot. But I'm sure I saw someone who looked just like him on my travels. He's gone by many names over the years, but his real name is Coolin. You'd be surprised to hear it after all this time. If you find him before I do, please let him know that I'm here, and that he's welcome to join me anytime.
Cool. Do I want to go do those two fights? I kind of do. Yeah. Let's go do these two fights back here before we fight the boss. Because, I mean, more max HP, bro. All right. Now just wait for... Now just wait for meat. All right. Fresh meat. Bye-bye. Also, that card now gives me 50 armor for 10 turns, by the way. Discard your hand and deal X hits for 75% damage. 1 hit for each card discarded. Interesting. Deal 1 hit for 100% damage. Draw 1 card. Draw 1 card is good. At the start of combat, deal 1 hit to a random enemy. Okay, that seems pretty bad. Each combat, the damage received from the first 4 hits is reduced to 1. That's really good. Calm Mind is very good because it lets me stack up my life leech. 8 hours, Jesus Christ. 8 hours isn't even that long of a stream, bro. It's not even that long. All right. Neo, 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 neo. Okay. Bye. I'm OP as hell. Nice. Oh, I have another slot for a weapon. I didn't even realize when that happened. What do I want? First turn damage. Every 3 turns always deals... Guess I'll just take a basic 2 damage up. Yeah, we're playing as Berserker right now, and I have to say I really enjoy this class. This class is very good. I'll ask for a blessing. Armor is increased in the next encounter. The next encounter is in fact the...
As you walk through the dense clouds of the weirdness, the amulet the Luch gave you lights up. Something wicked emerges out of the dark. It looks and moves like a living mountain.
What?
And its enormous abdomen obscures your field of vision. It takes you a moment to realize what you're looking at. Your eyes are drawn to dozens of limbs stretching out of an enormous belly. Arms gyrating wildly, as if those eaten alive.
Is this my punishment for not lighting my candle?
Fate. The monster growls. He takes a step in your direction. He starts caressing his belly, like a pregnant mother trying to comfort her child. The monster gets closer and closer. He looks you
That's a quest, but you can only encounter him when you have no candle. Got it. Attack. Jester. This enemy will raise its damage and armor with every hit it performs. It will also spawn minions. Minions, you say? Okay. Unsure strike. Deal damage, chance to hit yourself instead. Nice. Wonder if I can block it. I can. All right. Rage. Okay. Ow. Fresh meat. More rage. Okay. Okay. Haha, because I life leaked 100% of the damage, it didn't hurt me. Ow. Ow. He just keeps killing his own minions. Yes, my rage grows. Okay. Ow. Can I fresh meat you? Not quite. Should probably just kill you. Stop playing around with you. There we go. I will play around with you though, because you are weak. I should probably just kill you. Yeah, I'm gonna kill you. All right.
After the battle, to your surprise, the monster doesn't die. Somehow he just vanishes within the weirdness. Then you notice a ray of light streaming up from the ground. Investigating, you find a beautifully ornamented pin. It clearly belonged to someone quite wealthy.
Nice.
There's a chance that the candle maker will know something about it.
Neat. All right. Hello, friend. All right, so let's go ahead and start off with a rage. Okay. We'll block the attack. Give myself some charges. We don't want to ever stun him. If not played, gain armor. We want that one. Short pause. Alright. His damage is gonna go up. Okay. All right. Nice. 4 more hits. We'll get another rage going. We'll block. Keep fortifying. Okay. 3 times 8. Jesus. 3 times 5. All right. Two times 10 to 15. Tainted Force. Nice. That's all my health back. Go and attack again. Let's do another rage. Light strikes. Kill him. Seize the opportunity. Nice. I don't even know if that's the actual lyrics that Chad is chanting, but it looks like it might be. Reposition, definitely. Yeah, definitely take reposition here. All right, go ahead and
This feels
continue.
like an echo of something that happened before.
Take a special passive. Blood transfusion is such a small heal, it's not even worth it. At the end of it, at the start of every turn, plus 25 damage for the next hit. If you played 2 or less cards in your turn, next turn gain 100% damage. We'll take initial advantage. It's not great, but it's there. For yeah, anything that says next hit means it stacks until you actually do a hit.
She looks at the expanding village with a critical eye.
You did a good job gathering all those pieces together. But we need to do more before they become a real village. We need to join them, but I've yet to find the right thread.
Increase your max HP, increase your start each run. Increase your damage by 1. Increase your weird stone gain, increase your wealth gain, increase your XP gain. Remove curses. Get a random passive skill. Ask her to sew your body. Oh. Okay. Talk. So who's protector?
Yeah, the last time I saw her, she was really big, clearly ready to give birth. She's probably hunting for food now. It's not easy to feed that many children. Don't worry, she's not dangerous. She's just a poor woman with a special relationship with the weirdness. And she's a mother after all. She won't turn to violence unless her children are threatened. And I just finished this cloth. It would be really comforting for her to have it. Can I count on you to get it to her?
Sure. You got it. Candlemaker.
Good to see.
About your
You
monster?
tell the candlemaker everything about your encounter with the monster he was so afraid of.
He ate his people in order to protect them. That's unbelievable. Greedy bastard.
Yes.
You see, he knew they'd be safer with me. But the only things he cared about were his own pride and influence.
You show Luch the pin you found on the ground after fighting the monster. You see sadness welling up in his eyes.
Oh no.
I'd recognize this pin anywhere. It belonged to Min, one of the best singers I ever heard. He ran away from home. A young sire, now a disgrace to his royal family. It's sad that he ended up like that. But there's something about this pin. Give me a moment.
He disappears for a while. When he appears again, he has a disturbing smile on his face.
You did well. And I have an idea for how to avenge the life of this man, and the lives of all my friends.
How? What do you have in mind?
The monster must carry at least one more thing with him. I don't know what it is or who it belonged to, but we weren't a big group. Bring me that second item, and I think I'll be able to surprise you. In a good way.
So you want me to go and,
The monster must bring me...
So you want me to just walk around with 0 candlelight and we just hope for the best? Because I can do that. I can do that.
You're back already.
Deck management. Remove a card. Probably get rid of a basic attack. Get rid of a basic attack. Okay, blacksmith.
The blacksmith is...
Buy some runestones. I just buy them all because I want to upgrade. Alright, runestones. Combine! Alright. Every 2 turns, you always deal maximum damage. That seems good. That seems pretty good. Alright. Oh, because I did a combination, I might have enough, let's see, upgrade. Nope. Don't have enough. Alright, see you later. Bye! Hello, sir. Talk. Back. Healing and upgrades. Upgrade this potion. Buy a quest. Greed strike? No. Increase the damage you deal by 200% and gain 50% lifesteal this turn. Wow. That seems really good. Deal Proud Excalibur. Gain 75 armor. 5,000% damage. Oh, but I only get 3 attacks with it. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna take this. Lust is very easy to... That's a very easy quest for us to complete. Hello, talk, back. Upgrade? No upgrade. Okay, bye. Leave. Be gone. Alright. Master at Arms?
Ready.
Talk, back. Leave.
The blacksmith is...
Talk?
So, how was it? Did it work? Wait, we should call Hildy over. She wanted to know too.
Oh no.
Before he has a chance to move, you notice that Hilda's standing right there with you.
Oh no, not this.
Oh, hi. I was just passing by. So, tell us the good news. Did it work?
Yeah.
Wayland looks both concerned and filled with hope, both expressions battling for dominion of his face.
She's not human, and she's not a witch, but somehow she was feeding on you.
What? This cannot be.
You explain that she must have been some kind of a weird spawn. Yes, she was conscious and sane, but still not human.
My silence? A weird spawn? I cannot believe it. A weird spawn? I've been in love with a weird spawn?
You weren't in love with anything, dude. You literally just talked, and they didn't talk back, and you're like, I love this thing. They don't talk back to me.
Hilda takes out a vial containing a green potion and flings it at the blacksmith. As the vial cracks, a shimmering smoke emerges. The man instantly passes out and falls to the floor.
Nice.
Nothing to be done now. We just need to wait. Don't worry. I'll take care of him.
Cool. Well, onward. Onward to victory. All right, boss is to our left. This is a pretty good one. We'll go ahead and boost the range of this.
As the flicker.
All right. All right. Negates any damage under 50. Good. There's my rage. All right. More rage. More small strikes. Even more small strikes. Ow. 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 More max HP. All right, go ahead and do that. Increase our armor. Yes. Rage. Fortify. Yes. All right. Very good. Nice. Healed full. All right, so I think fresh meat has another weapon slot, another armor slot. I'll take another armor slot. I think fresh meat has kind of secured our victory here. Armor for the first turn. Armor, 5 armor every turn. Deal damage for 4 armor. Let's increase everybody's armor by 5. What could possibly go wrong with that? All right, we'll go ahead and do lust here. Only have to sacrifice 56 more HP and then we get the good lust. Stun a random enemy? Sure. Why not? I'll go ahead and reposition here. I want to try and find rage, which we didn't find. There we go. More max health. There's rage, fortify, and we'll start working on this guy now. Okay. Okay. Go ahead and reposition. This reposition's really good for just cycling through my deck. Honestly, I think I want a second reposition. Just so I can find all the cards that I want. 20 to 30. There we go. Beautiful. Kill him. Reposition again. Another rage. Yeah, everything's gonna kill him at this point. Try and stun that. There we go. More max HP. If I find an attack that, like, I don't know if it exists, but if there's an attack that's based on my max health, we're gonna be in for a good time. We'll go ahead and merge these together. All right. Each card played increases your damage by 8% this turn. That's not really that useful. I don't even care about the fortune seller. Hey, there's the bard.
Surprised to see the singer so drained of his energy.
Oh no, he's not happy this time.
Stumbling incoherence, he tries to tell you a story, but he can't seem to focus on the words.
Oh, the bard's not feeling so good.
A big one. I played there, but those damned Avalonians are clearly insensitive to art.
Sag.
It was a massacre. Men impaled on their own weapons, invisible creatures floating through the battlefield and leaving our soldiers with wounds that won't heal.
The story stops as abruptly as it started. It's as if he were possessed by a ghost that suddenly left.
Anything I can do to help you out?
Bring Honir back.
He explains that his brother was on his way to join Arthur's armies on the battlefield.
Okay.
He went on the road with the supply wagons, and Bragi was looking for him among the corpses for days on end. When you hear about the supply wagons, you have an idea. You've met a woman taking care of one supply run which never made it to the battlefield. Maybe Honir is still alive.
Oh shit, maybe. Oh yeah, we've seen that person. We've seen that person. Okay. Ah, there's my rage. Feels bad. Okay, go ahead and lust. Increase our armor. I know I'm just kind of playing cards, so I might not be able to see what I'm actually doing here. So I'll do my best to explain it as I go. Which right now, we're just trying to get the killing blow. Ow. Let's go and stun him so he doesn't heal. I'm just farming up kills for fresh meat. Won't kill. Good. There we go. Reposition. I'm trying to make sure all my kills come from fresh meat. Honestly, I want to thin my deck out if possible. That would be nice. This guy has so much armor. There we go. Let's move him around so we can actually see his armor. Okay. Those can be killed. Gonna reposition here. Fresh meat this thing. Good. Nice, full heal. Counter. Another rage, another reposition. Fresh meat again. Easy peasy. Done that one. There we go. That armor rune's really not a smart idea. Yeah, I'm gonna take it off. Yeah, we're gonna take off the armor rune. It's not worth it at all. We do not want to give our enemies armor every single turn. I will take draw. We do want more card draw, like what, or more ways to cycle through our deck. Whenever you use your ultimate ability with 8 or more charges, you increase your damage by 200% this turn. At the start of each turn, gain 100 armor for each ultimate charge this turn. Interesting. Oh, Born for Combat. Whenever you suffer a hit, additional ultimate charges. Definitely take that one. So yeah, we're gonna take off that ability. That's not very good at all. Okay. I guess I'll just increase my armor by 17. It'll be boring, but better than nothing. Hello, sir. Ma, you look actually fairly normal. We're good. If not played, lose 50 armor. Alright, guess we're gonna have to play that then. Go ahead and attack this guy. More lust. There we go. We've almost got 300 health. We'll go ahead and rage. Short pause, draw, reposition. There we go. That cycles a good portion of my deck. Beautiful. Short pause. Rage. Okay. Cycle our deck. There we go. Berserker seems OP as hell.
As you journey through the forest, you hear a peculiar sound. It's like claw instead of a dog.
You. I haven't smelled you before.
Gently refuse to be eaten.
I understand. Though it's strange, every creature in my path agrees to be eaten. Perhaps you crossed them as well and saved some meat for me. Something to spare for such an occasion, like our meeting here.
Give
The
him
knight
food.
looks at you impatiently.
How rude of you.
His voice.
I don't actually have any meat, so I need to give him a lot of meat. All right, well, I guess we're fighting him. Darn. I like how I have as much health as these things now. All right. I want to get rid of my blocks. Now. Hey, we now have Deadly Lust. Awesome. All right. Barely any damage taken. All right. Rage it up. You know, I was really hoping wasn't going to hit that one twice. Oh, he can't be stunned. Cool. Ow. Just gather all my health back again. No big deal. It never happened. Also, I'm already back. Fortify. More rage. Crippling attack. Regular attack. How much? Does that say 307? Okay. Maybe we don't get rid of our blocks. Maybe we don't get rid of our blocks. Mm-hmm. 732. That's a little bit of damage. That is a touch of damage, sir. That is more than I wish to be hit with. Okay. No biggie. That's a lot of XP. Trap seems really good.
Boop.
Skip? No, never skip. Thick deck. Always thick deck. I must bloat my deck even further. Okay. Okay, we'll take rage. Darn. All right. Ah, hey, fresh meat back again. Hell yeah. Trap. Rage, counter. crap. Fresh meat. Oh, that doesn't actually count for fresh meat. I feel cheated. I guess he's not technically dead, so that makes sense. Nice. More rage. I guess kill him. I wanted more HP, but I don't think I was gonna get it. Level 13. Random attack. Blade Flurry could be very good. Whenever you receive a hit, reduce enemy's armor by 10 for 2 turns. For the first 3 hits in combat, reduce all armor. Reduce armor of. Wait. For the first 3 hits in combat, reduce armor of all enemies by 50. Whenever you suffer a hit, cleave 20% of damage received. I'll take fear. What's this one? Increase maximum health. Hell yeah. Increase maximum health even more.
These crystals.
I prage. What do I prage for? I prage for XP. Deal 1 hit for 400%. Offer 10 HP. You know what? No. I'm gonna skip. Hell yeah. I did it, chat. I skipped. I hope you're proud of me. Shredders. Mostly because I really need to thin my deck out. My deck is too thick right now. Yeah, I have a thick deck. Bye. Bye. As you can probably tell, I'm done with the stacking.
Hello, traveler.
Hey, it's this one.
I've been thinking we could use some helping hands to carry our wares. Could I ask you to keep an eye out for people who might be able to help us during our journey?
Yeah. Do you know a name named Hornan?
Voice suddenly becomes cold as ice.
Yes, I know that name.
Okay.
He kept saying that our journey is pointless, that we're heading for certain death, serving people we've never even seen.
Oh.
At some point, everyone was sick of him and our men were on edge. Tired, starving. They threatened him, saying that if he didn't stop, he'd be the next meal. Same night, he left his spear behind and disappeared. And we haven't heard from him since.
Oh.
She starts rummaging for something in her bags.
Here, that's the spear. I've no use for it. And frankly, the further away you take this token of disgrace, the better.
You try to explain that the battle she's trying to find must be a thing of the past. Of some past, at least. For all you know, Merlin could be dead, and there's no war happening in this reality. She looks at you with sadness, as if her hope or purpose has been shattered by your truth.
Good.
Oh, I guess sharing some of these things can't hurt. Here.
I made her depressed. Look at what you did. I know what I did and I'm proud of it. God, I have way too much max HP. Yeah, I didn't think that would actually give me max health, but I had to try. Rage. Okay. I love how much health I'm gathering. Later. I could cycle my deck, but I'm not going to. Shredders! When you have less than 25 HP, gain 40 armor. At the start of each combat, gain 4 ult charges. Whenever you kill an enemy, gain 50 armor and 1 energy this turn. I'll take Corpse Shield. Okay. Gambler, thanks for subbing. Appreciate that. Hey, it's the merchant.
The investment is good. How much would you...
I will invest a medium sum. All right.
The investment...
We continue the investment, chat. Oh.
The darkness and weirdness get denser as you approach the source of the voice. A man with severe burns. His face is buried in his hands and he moans in pain.
Oh. What happened?
He starts to cough and choke on the smoke rising up from his charred skin.
Can do to help. Kill me, please.
You notice that his upper arms have become fused to the sides of his torso. All he can do now is cover his face.
Grant him the mercy of death. Alright. Alright. Rage. Small strikes. Go ahead and lower your armor even more. Alright, small strikes. There we go. Lethal for you. Cycle my deck a little bit here. Keep cycling. Bye-bye. I keep getting gnawed feet. I don't want these. I don't want these feet.
What am I doing here?
Oh, hey, another rune. Not a good one, but another rune. Okay. Scoop. Nice. Now they're stunned for this turn. There's rage. Hey, rage again. It's a good thing I picked up rage, otherwise we would not be doing a lot. Okay. Draw 3 less cards, that's fine. I have so much max health that doesn't even matter. Alright. Bye-bye. Really need to get rid of my defensive cards. If I could just thin my deck out. Oh, pretty please. That would be amazing. I'll just keep walking around at 0 light. I don't really see any reason not to. Hello, sir. Go ahead and draw. There's a rage. Okay. I've gained so much max HP off fresh meat at this point that not much is able to kill me. Keep lowering its armor. Okay. Should probably just fortify. More often than not. Nice. Chain attack. Another rage. Quick strikes. Regular strike. I'll go ahead and eat this guy for max HP. There we go. Beautiful. 360 health, level 15. Sacrifice your HP for a candle? Okay. I don't really need this. Don't need this. Double strike. Shredders!
Apology.
Okay. Oh, there was an NPC over here. I didn't see them.
It's you! I know you. You're a thief. A murderer! Leave me alone!
Why are you carrying around a bag of useless stones?
Useless? They're my treasure. Mine.
Here, take this. Would I be giving you something if you wanted to rob you? Offer him a runestone. Sure.
He carefully takes the runestone from your hand.
What is this? What am I supposed to do with this thing?
He hides it away in his bag of treasure anyway.
Here, I'll show you. Now, this is something of real value.
He takes out a regular, boring, useless stone.
Care to elaborate?
Don't you understand? I'm building a castle, and I'm choosing only the very best stones I can find for it.
Oh my god.
He takes out a couple more and lays them on the ground.
Do you get it now? It's the beginning of my kingdom.
All you can see is that this man is clearly insane.
I'm happy now. You've shown that you're a person of goodwill. That means you'll be a perfect fit for my kingdom. And since a good king should be generous towards his subjects, here, something for you.
Gain 25% more wealth from every encounter. Oh, cool.
Now I must go. The castle won't build itself, will it?
The man chuckles and leaves.
Okay, bye.
You can feel it. The candle maker's nightmare is going to appear again. And indeed, You see the enormous body slowly materializing out of the weirdness.
Attack! All right. Now. Fresh meat. Okay. Fortify. Its cyst explodes in 4 turns. Every hit accelerates the process. Good. I'd rather not lose energy, so. All right. More damage. Okay. All right. Hey, look. More fresh meat. Yes. More attacks. You can't harm me. Hey, look. More oh, I'm out of energy. Never mind. Rage. Let's lower his armor. Okay. This guy has a lot of health, or rather a lot of armor, and it's very irritating to try and get through it. Okay. Okay. More fresh blood. All right. More rage. You get the barrier. I'm fine with that. Okay. Well, bye. Do I see why having blocks is important? No. Damn. He gave me 1,000 XP. Alright, I'll light up for this boss. Legendary encounter. Yawning portal. Every few turns, an enemy will try to spawn from this portal. Destroying this portal will remove all poison, heal everyone in combat, and increase your damage and reduce your armor. This enemy can poison you with its attacks. The poison grows stronger with each hit. It will also summon allies. Neat. Okay. I like this. go ahead and rage. Pause. Start hitting him. Okay. Oh. Cool. I don't like that skull. I'm gonna be honest. All right, more rage. I'll go ahead and block that attack. More rage. Okay. They're starting to do a lot of damage. Maybe I should stop stacking. Maybe I should stop stacking plus damage on myself. Nah. Nah, keep stacking. Yes. You know, eventually he's just gonna one-shot me. This is gonna be a problem here soon. He is eventually just going to one-shot me. But I'm gonna just ignore that. I'm just gonna ignore that. As I say, problems are only a problem if you're looking at them. If I don't look at that problem, it doesn't exist. Block. It's fine. He's only gonna hit me. You know what? More rage. I'm already at armor cap. What's the worst he can do? I'll just stun lock him. Just keep stun locking him. Easy. Easy fight. Just stun lock the boss, dude.
This feels like an echo of something.
Take a passive skill. At the start of every turn, reduce the armor of all enemies by 5. That seems amazing. I'm gonna take that. Yes.
You're back already?
Deck management, please remove my cards. No, I don't want to add any more cards. Please, God, stop. Please, God. No. No more cards.
You see, it's all right.
Yes. Thanks again. To both of you.
Oh, hey.
It's all right now. I can't change the past, but at least I can have hope for the future.
You notice a blush on Hilda's face, and you could swear that Wayland's voice cracks a little bit.
Oh, he loves her.
Okay, I'll leave you to your things. But, Wayland, remember about my cauldron?
You'll get it. Tonight. I'll bring it after dusk.
She leaves. The blacksmith looks at you with a smile.
Hopium.
What can I help you with?
Talk.
You tell him that you've learned about the sabotage of the other blacksmith. He lights up.
So I was right. Me work was good. Thank you. I know I told you before that I didn't care. But deep inside, I was always trying to figure out if it was my fault that the army failed.
Nope.
I kept wondering if I was to blame. Now, thanks to you, I've regained me honor. Please, here. Let me try to make it up to you. Here.
Special card unlocked. Ooh. Offer 25% damage and gain 75 armor for 3 turns. I don't want it. Because I literally won't be able to get any value out of it. Okay. I shall rest. Rest and recuperate myself back up to 375 health. Buy upgrades. At the end of your run, each 100 wealth is exchanged for 1 golden token. Okay, maybe I just won't spend any money then.
What can I do?
Increase my maximum health for 50 blood? Yes, good. More blood. All right. Hello, candle maker.
Good to see you.
All right. Leave. See you later. All right. Well, here's the plan. We're not actually going to burn any candles. A roaming warband. All right. Rage. My damage is really low early on. Okay. This guy has a lot of health. Damn. All right. Finish him off. Do a quick strike on you. All right, keep fortifying. Go ahead and reposition. I need to increase my base damage because my base damage sucks right now. Okay. Shredders? Shredders. Gain 50 max health? Yes. Yeah. We're just gonna increase our damage by 2. That's too big of an increase. That's too big of an increase to say no to.
Did you know that the weirdness can sometimes take the shape of our deepest desires or fears? That's how many weird spawns came to be.
Nice.
Yes, yes, yes. Go find my village. Meet the people there. See if you can think of anything that could ease their pain. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you'll know the village once you see it with your own eyes. I can't pinpoint the exact direction since it's buried deep within the weirdness.
Okay.
What could it be that you think?
I need weird candles. I need to forget. You want me to sacrifice 328 HP? No. No. Oh god, we are not doing that. Juggernaut. Cool. All right. Okay. Go ahead and heal up. I've got way too many fucking blocks. Okay. Good, good. We want to keep this thing alive because as long as we don't kill it, then it won't steal one of my cards. Go ahead and fortify. Crippling attack. Regular attack, rage. There we go. Level 17. See what we got. Again, we don't want anything here. We just want the levels.
Your
Countess.
path grows increasingly inaccessible as the branches of weirdness, crooked trees splay in all directions. Suddenly, you come upon a woman who, judging by what remains of her tattered clothes, must have been someone of importance at some point in her life. You can't focus on her garb, though, because as she turns, you realize that she's feasting on the rotting flesh of a dead monster. Blood and ichor drip from her open mouth.
Who do we have here? A stranger? It might be your lucky day, Wanderer.
The woman giggles flirtatiously and covers her jagged teeth with one hand.
Give me your life's essence, and I will reward you with my precious stones. Unfortunately, this specimen here is running low.
You show her the bouquet you received from the florist.
Of course, this is the one that likes the florist.
Overcome with joy and hope.
Of course.
Give it to me.
Of course.
This is the most magical gift I've ever received. Like it was made
I'm not
just
surprised
for me.
by this in the slightest.
Tell me who made such a wonderful bouquet.
You tell her everything there is to tell about your meeting with the florist. She listens intently.
What a surprise
Plus
it is
one wife.
to find someone so gentle and pure survived in this world. Please let him know that I say yes. I want to meet him immediately.
No, but my mythical. Dang it. I hate everything. Immortus, thanks for 7 months. Appreciate that. All right, so Rage, Small Strikes, and Fortify. All right. Let's see what we got here. Go ahead and draw. Increase all enemies' damage. I don't want to lose 2 energy next turn. Okay, short pause. Y'all basically can't hurt me right now. Attack. Small strikes. Like, I have so much health that I regen it before they can do anything. I need more ways of crippling armor. Level 18. Shredders. Whenever you suffer a hit, cleave the damage. Yes. That'll help me do more DPS.
As you get closer
Ooh, Tainted
to the
Altar. What's this?
A man in a dark robe appears out
Zenith
of
the
nowhere.
King, Cracker. Thanks for
You're
subbing.
not worthy. Go away.
I am worthy, though. What?
Exactly what I said. You're not worthy of being here. Not unless you're an acolyte of the Whisper.
Leave. Okay. Shadowy presence. Just keep shredding his armor. Okay. Nice. We need to go ahead and get a rage going. All right. Yes, good. More rage. Attack, blade flurry. Okay. We'll go ahead and fortify and reposition. Rage. Random strikes. Oh god. There's so many of them. I just keep cleaving the damage. Well, that was easy. Crack tier number 2.
You find the same woman. She's unnaturally old and clearly twisted by the weirdness. She's still searching for something on the ground.
It must be here, somewhere. I just had to find it.
What
I
are you
need to
talking about?
find a memory. A runestone which belonged to someone dear to my heart. Maybe you've seen one around here? Maybe you have it? Maybe you've taken it?
Boop.
Okay.
It's not the one.
Okay. And not the one that I want.
It's...
I don't think it'll ever be the one that she wants.
Boop.
All right.
It's...
Fully charge your ultimate. More blood candles.
It's...
He's not the one that I want.
It's...
Okay.
It...
Oh, hey.
It's...
More weird candles.
It's...
Talking skulls. I don't care about this one. Any others I want to get rid of? Nope. All right, see you later. Bye. Oh, wait. I accidentally said yes to this. Fuck.
It
wasn't the one you wanted, I know. Leave. Well, the good news is I now have lots and lots of candles. Okay. Oh. Cool. Go ahead and extinguish this. +1 candle. Alright, let's use up our blood candles. Yeah, we got a lot of useful stuff out of that. Worth it. Okay. I somehow turn on fast mode. Everything seems to be moving very quickly. Okay. Short pause. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh no, it stole one of my blocks. Whatever will I do? -1 block. Take the meat. Skippers.
There's an old saying.
Follow the light. Follow the light. Follow the light. Follow the light.
The creature raises.
I attack it.
Persevering this far proves that you are brave, human.
The creature speaks with a voice like silence coalescing over a long-forgotten battlefield.
So we got this event
Raising
before.
a blade against me. Even braver.
And we ran away, and he was like, "You're a coward."
The creature's chest burns brighter.
Once my worshippers were brave like this. They brought me to this place. We rode the waves on the huge wooden ships, and then they disappeared. They left me here, all alone.
You sense the creature's anger rising.
I could use you, but if you refuse, I will feed on your soul.
What do you need?
Bring me my eyes. They were stolen from me. My own worshippers took them.
Ravens flock and wheel above him, their violent screams accenting his last words. Could these birds serve as his sight? And what kind of worshippers would steal from their deity?
Boop.
Find them. Find my worshippers. Look for them in the trees, hanging from the branches, just like I used to hang many moons ago.
The creature touches your forehead. A sudden flash of light blazes behind your eyelids.
And this will help you understand the words of the dead.
As he speaks the last words, he disappears into the weirdness.
Cool. So we need to go find a hanging tree. On it. Let us away.
Welcome again.
Buy a potion?
Unfortunately, I only have enough ingredients for one.
Buy a potion of maximum health. Yes.
Boop.
Welcome.
All right. 2 big ogres. All right. They're both immune to stun. That's not good. All right. 1 damage, that's it? That's their big attack? All right. Okay. Reposition. Or rage. Oh no, they're gonna hit me for 1 again. Egad. Whatever will I do? I feel like they're missing a certain component. Like, I don't know, damage. Music's dope, though. Hey, I'm at max level. Neat. No. Skippers. Whenever you kill an enemy while the ultimate ability is active, fully recharge your ultimate ability. Huh. While your ultimate ability is active, all your hits reduce the enemy armor by 20 for the end of combat. That seems really good. Whenever you use your ultimate ability, stun all enemies and draw 2 cards with their energy cost reduced by 1. Trembling Clash. Yes. I take it. Is that a legendary encounter? Nope, that's a treasure guardian. Alright. Let's fight. You, me. Giant werewolf. Each attack performed by this will charge a special attack. Cool. En garde. I won't lie, this is actually kind of funny. Dude, the amount of cleave. Oh my god. LOL. Good job, you killed your teammates. Now you die. Bye. Alright, we're a little OP. We are a little OP.
You found what when you
Gain 2 damage? Yes. A little broken? Just a little bit. Yeah, I like this cleave build a lot. I just keep healing the damage. I just keep healing the damage back. Bye. You have an open rune slot, by the way? You're probably right. I do. Increases damage by 2. Perfect.
You approach a weird ethereal being. It exists in the material
Pretty lady.
realm, yet leaves a fleeting, otherworldly impression. Her eyes twinkle and glow with a unique emerald shade. She's not a witch, that's for sure, but you're not exactly certain she's human. She seems to be composed of wood moss and starlight, but the warmth she evokes in you is soon frozen by the realization that she sits in a writhing snake's nest. Oh my, look who we have here, my darlings. Another lost soul. She stares as more snakes slither from the woods. Tell me, what is it you want, traveler? We can do things for you if you simply promise to leave our nest in peace.
Ask for healing. Ask for wealth. Ask for weird. Ask for experience. Give me money.
Take it then and move along. May our paths never cross again.
Give me money. Give me money. I don't actually care about anything from the armorer, but I do wish to fight. So let's see how much damage I cleave here. 12 health from cleaving. And that's only gonna go up. All right. I don't even know why you got stunned. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, I trapped, right. Yeah, that'll do it. More maximum health. The enemies get the boss music now. Okay, bye. Hello. Keep the gold for the meta. I'm saving it for a boss just in case. I want 5 stacks of acid just in case. Oh yeah. Go ahead and burn this. He's redirecting all the damage back to himself. Nice cleave, idiot. Fortify. My game is lagging from the amount of damage that I'm dealing. That means I'm doing it right, I think. Yeah, it doesn't matter if they hit me for 135 anymore. Sure, why not? Take them. Give me the stones. Your cleave is reducing their armor?
You enter an old cemetery. It reminds you of more peaceful times when people had the luxury of burying their dead properly and returning to pay their respects. However
what?
The cemetery is not a place you should linger, especially this close to the weirdness.
Loot the graves.
You didn't notice the shift, but suddenly, instead of walking among human graves, you now walk among rugged, gigantic plates of weird stone. It seems to form a labyrinth of sorts, but you can't see any pattern to it. This place looks like a cemetery of giants, or perhaps of the Four Dwellers. Did the Four Dwellers bury their dead? Whatever this place is, lingering here doesn't seem like a good idea.
I'm gonna walk around anyway.
While wandering around, you find a fragment of an old gravestone.
Nice. You shouldn't linger. Continues to linger. Alright. What's your deal? Mistbearer. This encounter is divided into 4 distinct phases. Pay attention to the enemy statuses and their intents. Lose 2% HP per turn. Has 100% damage this phase. Every attack reduces the target's damage by 20% this turn. This effect lasts until the Mistbearer reaches 70% health. Okay. Lower your armor. Okay. It's gonna hit me for 60 damage. It's gonna hit me for 20 damage. Where's Rage at? There we go. I'm supposed to be paying attention to what he does. Gains damage, heals the Mistbearer, removes the status for 1 turn after being hit. Performs an offering after a few turns. That's neat. I'm going to continue beating the shit out of you. Yes. Bye. Pay attention closely to what's happening.
As the monster disappears, you expect the goat to appear. And indeed, you're not at all surprised when you hear the familiar voice.
Splendid! But don't rest on your laurels just yet. What you see right now is only the first dimension, the first level of this corrupted reality.
You can't see the creature's face, but you can imagine its smirk.
Anyway.
At the start of every turn, draw 1 additional card. Costs reduced. Negate the first hit suffered each turn. If you play 2 or less cards in a turn, next turn, draw 2 additional cards. Alright. Onward! Oh.
What can I do?
Seamstress. More blood. Okay, bye.
You're back already?
Upgrade my abilities. Draw more cards in the first turn. Yes. The blacksmith. Transmute. I have nothing for you. Goodbye. A lost soul. Healing. I have nothing for you. Goodbye. Alright. What's this? Four Dweller Overlord. $4,000 HP. This enemy performs regular attacks, buffs itself, and occasionally summons minions to its side. Neat. Break yourself upon my body. Okay. Gun reposition. Yes. Stray ghosts, more like more cleave. Okay. It's gonna do 3 times 12 to 24. That's fine by me. Go ahead and fortify myself. Yes. 100%. We'll do a short pause. We'll reposition. Okay. Yeah. He literally can't hurt me. More rage. Teehee. 100% of it. 100% of damage dealt returned to me as health. Cleave all damage dealt to the enemy. Return it back as health. Fresh meat.
The creature falls to one knee. A single thought containing 1,000,000 words and images explodes in your mind.
They lied. Don't hate me, human. I bear you no ill will.
Oh, that was brilliant. Really a sight for sore eyes. Finally, something's going according to plan. It's good to see that someone actually stood a chance against him. We might have a shot at surviving this whole crazy ordeal after all.
The supposed monster told me you lied.
Curious. Well, we might have. I mean, no, we didn't lie, but the whole truth has yet to be revealed, see? These things are complicated.
What's the lie?
I guess we did promise to tell you more after you were finished with the 4 Guardians. There's a certain reality balancing thing happening here, you see. It's a story of a brave hero. That's you, fighting a monster which threatens the world. Yes, the one you just eliminated, but it's not only human reality that's broken. They, the 4 dwellers, have the same problem you have, and so he's actually living in the same story you are, only in his version, he's the hero. And can you guess who the antagonist is? The point is simple. Your fight is an eternal struggle of good versus evil. Nobody can win, nobody can lose, because that would debalance the narrative, unless...
I'm the final boss all along.
Unless one of you is brave and strong enough to get rid of the source of this corruption. I'm going to tell you how to summon the real enemy. From now on, you will be able to collect hearts of the Guardians after killing them. When you get all 3, you have to burn them at the menhir in your village instead of coming to fight this poor boy here. This is the only way. Kill 3 Guardians, take their hearts, and burn the hearts at the menhir. Simple enough, isn't it? Then good luck.
Okay. Victory on difficulty 1. Nice. Cool. More cards. Even more cards. Necromancer. Even more cards. Even more cards. The Apostate. Slay the true boss. Okay. Please leave us a review. Have fun. Rest now, warrior. Start over. Basic fights, basic enemies, basic bosses. Basic fights, tough enemies, basic bosses. Cool. Well, I think that'll be it for today. Thank you everybody for watching. You've all been absolutely fantastic. I'll see you all again tomorrow, okay? My voice only hurts a little bit, but thanks for watching. I appreciate it. I'll see you all later. Bye-bye, everybody. Please be here tomorrow at 10 a.m. or I'll cry. Bye.